Yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to be going live right now, Sarah says. And when Sarah says we're going live, we're going live.
So when Sarah says jump, you say how high?
Okay, hopefully we got everybody here. I see Councillor Page, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Morrison, Councillor Luchtenberg, and in the studio is Councillor Renwick. So we have the full quota. Thanks everybody for being here, and we have a litany of staff that are going to back us up in this conversation today. So thanks everybody for being here. And I'd like to start with the Aboriginal Acknowledgement. Oops, get my mask off here. All right, we would like to acknowledge the land on which we are gathered as the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, Syilx, and Sinix peoples, and is home to Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honour their connection to the land, rivers, and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And we will have one late item, and I've asked our staff to prepare a change to the fees and charges for patios. And that'll be, Sebastian is working on that right now in Development Services, and he'll bring that to us probably in around lunchtime to be added to the agenda, if that's okay with council. And with that, I'd like to motion to adopt the agenda with the addition of that one late item for the fees and charges on patios. Moved by Councillor Luchtenberg, second by Councillor Renwick. All in favour? Thank you very much. Recommendations from the Committee of the Whole, there are none. Requests, delegations, bylaws, and that will be added in that, number 9. And the next one up is the recommendation from staff on the budget working session. All right. Colin, are you going to start us off, my friend? First one up actually is hydro. Are we going to deal with the hydro one right off the bat?
I believe Scott is up first,
Yeah,
yes.
so we'll do the Nelson Hydro recommendation that's on the agenda, folks. That's the first one up, and then we'll do the budget. It's all part of the similar process, but this is an additional piece because of circumstances are beyond our control. So, Scott, you can give us some background if you wish, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I provided you with a summary memorandum of the situation that Nelson Hydro finds itself in. We've had an interesting start to 2021. You're well aware of the storm we had on January 13th. We also had a significant cold snap in February, and both of those have impacted our expenses and are forecast to impact our expenses significantly for this year. So just as a quick summary, I have talked about the major storm event on January 13th to council in the past. I had used estimates at that time to say it was going to be around $400,000, and we believe we have all accounted for all the costs now, and the amount is just a little bit over, so $403,000 for that major storm event. We had only budgeted approximately $110,000 for that, so there'll be a shortfall of approximately $290,000 on that account this year that I have no way to obvious that I can make up for. The other one that the council may not be as familiar with is the demand charges. You know that we have our own generation. We're allowed to produce about 9.1 megawatts through the winter months. The rest of the power we buy from Fortis BC, and we do have preferential rates through the wholesale service transmission rates, but they also include wires charges and power supply charges that are based on the peak that we draw from Fortis, and that's so that they can ensure that they have the infrastructure in place. So it's a way that they fund their infrastructure improvements by charging demand charges, just as Nelson Hydro and every other utility does. So those charges can be pretty steep when we set new peaks. In February, we set new records in Nelson, the city of Nelson for cold temperatures, and not surprisingly, that reflected in a higher consumption of electrical demand. So the peak jumped about 5 megawatts, so quite a significant increased power draw from what we had set in the previous January, I believe. And consequently, that translates to about a $59,000 a month bill that we have to pay for demand charges that will be in place for the next 12 months. So a fairly steep price to pay for that hour of consumption at 8 a.m. on the 12th of January, or 12th of February. Now, throughout that week, we had been experiencing similar peaks, so it's we were kind of in that range throughout most of that very, very cold snap in February. So just wanted to discuss, because I know that council will be asking me questions about well, what are we doing to try and reduce costs. We did do a fairly thorough review of what we expect in terms of our expenses for this year, and have not been able to identify anything at this stage in the year that we think we were going to be coming in significantly under budget. The budget review process in the fall, we really took a hard look at what we were spending in 2021, because we wanted to try and keep rates low, knowing that we had rate increases that were being proposed. So there was no significant low-hanging fruit that we can make up for a almost $900,000 shortfall in the budget. There are some things that we are looking at. One of the things from a labor perspective, we've been talking with Public Works since I started in November, and we were able to hire 2 new arborists to the city, and Nelson Hydro will be sharing those arborists, and we're expecting that that's going to result in some savings in our vegetation management. We're not doing less, we're just doing it with in-house labor, and we feel that there's some opportunities there to be able to save on both the vegetation management budget, but also reducing the amount of times that our power line technicians are out trimming trees instead of working on the lines and poles and repairs and service to the system. So that will then allow us to do more work in house and contract out less of the power line work as well. The other area that we've been talking about for some time in around the capital is how do we manage the peak shaving? How do we reduce the impact of these cold snaps over the years? And we it's not an easy answer. There's no silver bullet. The difference between the daytime and the nighttime low on February 12th was about 9 megawatts. So, there's a potential there for 4.5 megawatts of peak shaving. But us putting in a generator on the PRVs or something like that, that's 25 to 30 kilowatts isn't going to really make a difference. Even when we look at project that we have on our books this year, which was putting in a backup generator in the power plant, we expected to take a look at peak shaving as part of that option, but that generator is optimally sized at 250 kilowatts, so significantly short of anything like the 4.5 to 5 megawatts that we would be needing to really make a difference in a cold snap like we experienced in February. So all these things are being considered. They're just not an easy answer. We've looked at battery storage, seeing if there's some options there, or other kind of storage that might be a capital project that we might tackle in the future. But those would be significant expenses. Even battery storage prices have come down significantly. We're still talking about $1 million for 2 megawatts of power to be able to bridge that. So we are looking at all the options, but feel that the only real action that we can take at this time is to request an increase to the budget from council in the amount of about $900,000. So yes, I think I'll take questions now. I see some hands going up.
Okay, questions?
Yes, I think it was Councillor Pater. Mr. Mayor, would you like to moderate?
Yeah, so thanks very much, Scott. First, I seen Councillor Morrison first, and then I see Councillor Lachtenberg, and then Councillor Page.
I have a couple, so I'll just do one to start with, and that is in terms of this peak demand, which has been explained to us many times, and thank you for keeping the explanation clean and simple, Scott, and for your report in general. Is there any way for us to go to BCUC to renegotiate how peak demand works? And could we move peak demand to the hottest day of summer? Not that that creates a peak here in the Kootenays, but is there any way that we can move this around? Because there's always a surprise, and there always is a coldest day, and this is quite a hit. I mean, and obviously there's ways that we could just ask people to say not decide to stay home on the coldest day and do 10 loads of laundry, but short of that, I mean, we can't expect people to not turn their heat on. Is there any wiggle room on this peak demand? That's my first question. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not going to say absolutely not, but it would be unlikely that the BCUC would entertain that. It is a practice that's used in utilities throughout North America, if not the world. In order for us to be sure that there's going to be energy when we need it, someone's got to pay for that. So in order to be able to raise capital for those, utilities charge demand so that they can upgrade their infrastructure to make sure that they're able to meet that peak demand when it comes. So you may not need to have 10 extra megawatts of power year round, but on the one day you do need it, people expect it, unless we want to start to move to rolling brownouts or things like that, or accepting that we would leave people without power for periods of time. We need to make sure that capacity is available within our system, and this is how FortisBC manages its rates. And it's not an uncommon practice, and their rates are reasonable and fair and reviewed by the BCUC on a regular basis.
Okay, Councillor Morrison, you okay? Okay, Councillor Lachtenberg.
Councillor Page was first, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Page, do you mind?
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes I see them different here, depending.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Sorry, however we want to go. Director Spencer, you gave us a couple of examples of systems that weren't really in the ballpark in order to meet that demand for the peak shaving. Can you give us some examples and a sense of the ballpark for systems that would be able to provide that amount of power output?
So in terms of around a 5 megawatt. So I'm not aware of any local hydro projects that are available. We've been monitoring Groman Creek for some time, and we have data on that. Looking at that, it's not particularly promising for something of that size. And of course, it's at its lowest in the cold winter months. So you're talking about something like a biomass or natural gas peaker plant, and those are tough to justify.
Rick wants nuclear.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Nuclear
So,
with
let's get on that, Scott. I think it's 250 million or something.
that might
grant
reserve quite significantly.
Yeah.
Um,
I was thinking,
Russia. Didn't you? In that movie, you could just go buy a nuclear sub or something for.
yeah.
park it off the Pico deck. And just
But wait,
drop it.
Scott. In terms of the battery one though, if it's 2 million for 2 megs, like we're not, seems like we're not that far off, but we'll go do some financial analysis on some of these. We're not going to solve that for this budget adjustment, but certainly at 600,000 a year at 2 million for 2 megawatts. I don't know what difference that makes, 2 versus 5, but I think we're normally, the 5 that we experienced this year is abnormal, so you'd be wanting to look at kind of what that normal peak is, and is the investment for that worth the normal, not the once every, I don't know when the last time we were close to this number, but we used to be quite a bit higher, I think, in the past, and that has reduced. And I think the whole, obviously the COSA and what we do with the North Shore, they're the heating customers. So we haven't, that feeder load study wasn't based on one of these abnormally high peaks. So who knows what that looks like. So I think there's a fair amount of analysis.
Yep.
Just for council's awareness, that's, I don't know how many knew that we started exporting our energy, and that was the genesis of that. We said if we hit this peak and we're going to pay for that demand let's take that amount of energy year round, and if our generation plus what we take at this level from Fortis exceeds what we use locally, we'll export the difference, our generation, the difference. So we said we'll take this whatever megawatts at our peak, that or the 75% of our peak year round, and the difference we'll export. And that's what BC Hydro shut down and went to the Utility Commission and changed the tariff rate that we had with Fortis to prevent us from doing that. Although we're still working on self-generation. That's the one that's, we keep bringing up to the Utility Commission. Fortis developed a rate, they didn't like it and just said, well, we don't like the rate, and it's kind of in no man's land. But that was our strategy to deal with this on the other side. We would just take the power and utilize it, and we'd export our generation. And so there's still, some opportunity, I think, on that self-generator side, but there's definitely a significant resistance from BC Hydro, who backstops it all.
Thanks, Kevin.
So,
Councillor Luxembourg,
so-
go ahead.
so Scott, related to that, I have two questions that are connected. The first is, from a quick little search, it looks like storage costs have gone down by like 76% in over 10 years. Do we project that trajectory to hold, or are we starting to see a flatten of the cost for storage? Because if that holds, then that 5 megawatts of battery storage looks pretty reasonable in a pretty short amount of time. So that's question number one.
Yeah, I suspect that we're going to run into a hockey stick with battery energy storage. I mean, it was pretty new 10 years ago. A lot of energy and funding has gone into development of that. I suspect that the bottom of that hockey stick is coming relatively soon, with certainly lithium ion, which has been sort of the main focus. There's other battery technologies that are being considered as well. So, lots of work still happening in that. So I think we'll still see some drop in prices, especially as demand goes up. You get a lot more manufacturing capacity, and with that drives cost down. So I think we'll see that yet for a little bit. And like I said, we are looking at it. I did mention in the memorandum that we're doing a full review of our capital plan, and peak shaving was already sort of a discussion topic prior to this event, and it's really provided us with some incentive and pretty easily justifiable, easier to justify costs when we've actually got an event like this that we've experienced, as opposed to saying hypothetically, what if our power went up by 5 MVA, or peak went up by 5 MVA. So now that it's happened, it's pretty easy to say, well, if it happened once, it can happen again. So therefore, we can support that, and the CAO is absolutely correct in that. it starts to become more reasonable, some sort of a, distributed battery storage system that would help our reliability in key areas, but also, support, keeping the peak down. So there's things that we're doing to look at. It's, it's just complicated. That's all.
Well, then related to that, the two follow-up questions I would have for that are, given that the EcoSafe program is really pushing people to do that shift in heating to heat pumps, and I'm assuming with the cold weather, heat pumps increasingly, that cold night of the year, that peak is going to be much greater if we have everybody on electric heat. Is that in your sort of forecasting as well?
It'll be part of the discussion. I wouldn't say that it's part of our forecasting at this point. We haven't seen enough adoption to really, move the dial on it in terms of any kind of demand side management activities that we've seen. It hasn't really had a big impact yet, but as we look towards greater electrification and EVs and things like that, there's opportunities out there that you can start to sort of think about smart grids and things like that might be down the road. But we're a ways from that yet. But it is a discussion that is occurring here in the office.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any further questions for Scott? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, so my second question was, I see the recommendation is that we're going to be taking this $750,000 out of reserves to cover the shortfall, and let's be thankful that we've pushed hard on reserves. I'm a big reserve person, but was there any contemplation of what it would look like if we took, say, even $250,250,000 out of our dividend, and what the impact of that is in the budget? Because then that flips back to maybe you answering the question, Scott, but probably to CFO McClure in terms of trying to do some preservation there, because I worry about the reserves as the backstop, because I see some of the things that Councillor Lockenberg reflected on, and that is, we're continuing to build. We're seeing lots of building here. We're going to see more electrification of everything, and this climate change issue isn't always just about getting hotter. It's about getting crazier, and so I think there are going to be peak cold days and, unfortunately, peak hot days, which aren't going to increase our demand costs, but just in general, we are going to be using more electric power. So we take out nearly $1 million this year. I'm not too sure that I have a comfort level for taking out nearly $1 million next year. Perhaps some comment on that. Thanks.
Maybe I'll just start from where we are with the COSA. I would say we don't want to play with the dividend or any of that at this stage, and where we're at with the COSA. Our whole argument is, and the whole COSA supports that we're way under what should be coming as the return on equity or dividend. So to go the other way would be, in my mind, a bad message as being in the middle of that. On the other side is, we're not recovering our amortization of our assets, and again, that would allow us to start increasing these reserves. So I think we need to let the COSA play out. We're just in this year we're in the middle of that. If this doesn't go our way and we have to look at divesting of that, then again, that just changes the whole dynamics of this utility as well, where reserves are where they need to be, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just so much up in the air with this COSA to make those changes at this stage. I think probably is not the right time to do it.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up at this point in time. Scott, this is, as you can see, this is a longer conversation going forward, not just about the amount of we're looking for today, but just a long-term strategy. It's not that we've had a short-term one by any means. In fact, I can recall when I first came here, we had little or no reserves in the hydro pool at all. and our hydro grid was literally falling apart. So we've done some really good work up until now, and I'm quite confident we'll be able to make our way through this as well. So really what we're asking for here today is roughly $875,000 to cover the demand charges and the costs for the power outages that we've had over the last number of months. And that amounts to a total of 875,000. So that adjustment, we don't need a resolution for that at this point in time, because that'll be added into the budget, right, Colin? And we'll be passing the budget one way or another, but so we'll be look at that in the context of the whole budget going forward. So, Councillor Lochtenberg, I see your hand up again.
Yeah, sorry. I just reminded another question I had for Scott there about the veg management. We had a bit of a storm yesterday or the day before, and power seemed to hold. There was, have we done from the last recovery quite a bit of taking out a lot of those risk trees, and should we not see over time that to come down, the veg management costs, if we've sort of taken care of the problems?
I would like to think that the efforts that we've been making over the last few years in vegetation management are having an impact. I think that we saw some of that even in the January 13th storm, where the South Shore, where we had just had a focus year reducing hazard trees and brushing in the South Shore was hit much less hard than the North Shore. There's other factors in that as well. We did have a power outage on Sunday evening for a few hours here in the downtown core. There was a tree that came down right behind City Hall, if you've been by that way, and took out one of our three-phase lines. But the crews responded and were able to restore power in a hurry. And I was very pleased to see, with the wind gusting as it was, that we didn't have more. And maybe it's because all of the weak trees got taken down in January, and partly because we've been, actively working, since then as well to make sure that any trees that we were sort of, concerned about have been coming down, and having the arborists on board has been making a difference here too for us. They're working on prescriptions and starting to get that going, and working with our contract vegetation management crews as well.
Thank you. Scott, I actually had a couple of questions for you while you're still here, and one of them was, if we have two arborists on staff, it seems to me, just from the little bit of experience I have here, that there's probably enough work for them just within our own boundaries right in the city here. Are we going to continue to have contractors? It just seems to me as though we probably need a combination of both.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. There's no question we will still require contractors, and they will do the large prescription areas, especially in the North Shore for this year, and and that's so when we identify significant areas that need to be done, they will they're well suited and efficient at doing that. The arborists that we have on staff are really well positioned to be able to respond to sort of day-to-day immediate sort of one-off sort of issues that come up, and working within the city limits, especially to reduce any of the hazard trees, and that this week. And
yeah, that seems like a good mix going forward. Scott, the other question is, and I don't know if this is going to eventually raise to the top or not, but after that January storm that we had, I did a bit of a tour of the area when it happened, and the bulk of the damage, from my assessment, for what it's worth, came from private property. Do we have any recourse whatsoever, or do we have are we looking at a plan that we might be able to inform folks that have power lines crossing private property how they should potentially manage the vegetation themselves?
Yeah, that's a great question and observation, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping that there's going to be opportunity in the next month or so to be able to present to council on our vegetation management best practices that we're rolling out, and part of those vegetation management best practices is identifying hazard trees that are not within our rights of way, approaching the owners and getting consent to either remove them or to have them sign to say that they are taking responsibility if that that tree takes any causes any damage to Nelson Hydro infrastructure. So we're working towards a cooperative partnership with private landowners to try and help that specific issue in
Yeah, because
we're facing right now.
that private landowner is not only impacting himself, but also all of the customers on that, when that grid runs close to their property line or in some cases across their property. So it's not just a case of people looking after themselves. It's more of a communal thing when you're not taking care of your own vegetation. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you're looking at that, Scott, and it's something I think we need to have a better grip on going forward. And I don't know if there's any, because we do have situations in other bylaws that we currently have that doesn't allow for neighbours to impact their neighbours with whether it's their sheds in their backyard or whatever. But when it comes to hydro, it seems to be a little different. Councillor Page?
Thank you, Mayor. When we're working with our rural partners in the RDCK, how can we take opportunities within FireSmart to weave those together? Because I have to imagine on a property, sparking lines is not going to help with your fire smarting of your property. But how can we link those two together and support people doing both work as we go into this arborist season?
I think there's some opportunities. I know there's funding that's been made available to municipalities and regional districts for us, or for fire smarting, and I'm hoping that some of that can be targeted towards areas that are at risk within our corridors. Having said that, we are responsible for our power line corridors and do everything we can to try and prevent those from becoming a fire risk to the communities.
Thanks. Councillor Woodward, did you have your hand up? No, you didn't. Okay. Kevin?
Yeah, I just want to, in terms of the, especially the North Shore, we did, I reached out to Blair Weston from Fortis because he had mentioned they had, a part of their recent rate application, they had asked for additional funding to do veg management and actually acquire rights of way, which is part of our challenge as well. Is we may have basically hydro lines trespassing private property and then telling them they're responsible for damage if their tree impacts our line will be a bit of a challenge, right? So it's not as easy as just saying, if we had all our rights way in place, then that would be a bit of a different question. But skillful negotiation will have to be part of the solution. But Fortis BC has the exact same situation. In fact, they're budgeting about $500,000 a year to acquire rights away and do tree management. But an interesting stat on their existing right away for line 30, which is the Nelson to Coffee Creek substation. They identify of their 72 transmission lines, 17% of tree contacts occur on that one line. So 1/5 of all their tree impacts are on that Coffee Creek line of their 72 transmission lines. So it really speaks to the challenges that, not just Nelson Hydro, but Fortis has in serving that area. It's an interior rainforest. It's on very steep and challenging grounds or topography, and we don't necessarily have rights of way. In fact, Fortis is talking about how they don't even have access to much of that infrastructure. They're looking at building roads, and I think, Scott, you've identified as well. We're faced with similar challenges in some places of just trying to get to those lines. So it's a it's a unique situation across this province of having that topography we have, that the tree cover we have, not necessarily having the rights of way, having access to those, and having the, the storm events we have. What was that one on the, what was the duration of that storm? It was like
20 minutes or something.
Yeah.
right,
Very
and that
short.
caused $500,000 worth of damage in 20 minutes. And that, everybody knows living here up that lake, those winds that come up that lake or down that lake, depending on, that's why they're significantly impacted. And you drive out there, and we're out there on Sunday, and you just drive out there and you look at all those trees that sit above those power lines. Like, we don't even have rights to deal with those trees. They're all sitting, they're hundreds of feet above, where our power line is. They're coming down, but you're not trimming those branches and cutting them back a bit isn't going to change that. You got trees towering above your distribution and transmission lines. So that, I don't know if you can ever deal with them fully. You just have to hope they're solidly planted in the ground.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. Okay, thank you very much, Scott Spencer. Good job as usual, and look forward to seeing you. A month you said you'd have something coming back to us, is that right?
Well, we're prepared to just trying to get it on the agenda for
Yeah.
council to hear about what our initiatives are with vegetation management.
Thank you very much. I don't know that you need to stick around, Scott, or not. It's up to you, but
I'll sign off.
Thank you, Scott.
thank you. All right, council, so that's the background on that. That number will be included in the budget, and if you want to have further debate on the budget as a whole, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, and
Sorry?
no, just gonna say, Mayor, that's correct. So, as the general manager spoke to, we were just trying to give a council an update and an explanation and some background as to why we would need to increase those. Those are just numbers that were different from what we had, proposed or looked at back in November, December, and they will just be adjusted when we bring the financial plan forward. Now, again, we also have the April 7th budget open house that'll be Zoomed or WebExed online or however we're doing that. So we'll have that discussion out to our community. But the likelihood is that when in council getting the memo, and again, I think as you're enough experienced, the team is experienced enough to know that when we get the financial plan, that all of these different funds, whether it's water, sewer, hydro, general, and capital, will all be shoved into one document. So there'll be one number on there. I know that it can be confusing sometimes. If we wanted to, while we had the opportunity and we knew of additional costs, that we would let council be aware of that, bring it to your attention. So other than it now being folded or me adding it into the larger financial plan numbers that you'll see on April 13th, that will be sort of the I'm not going to bring another hydro document forward by itself. It'll all be part of the consolidated numbers. Councillor Lockenberg?
Hey, thanks, Colin, with that. And in general, what we've seen here in terms of this surprise is something that in some ways could have been predicted, not putting any blame on anywhere, but this is the kind of expectation that we should start to set in terms of chaotic weather, other consequences of climate change. And I think that's part of what Nelson Next and this idea of low carbon resilience is supposed to inform. Like, as a culture in City Hall, are we beginning to start to think, 20 years out, working back to next year even, or today, about retooling our sort of budgets to account for these extreme weather events, and all of the consequences that you might see from that, whether it be on water and sewage with the storm, increasing rainfall events, that kind of thing. Are you starting to see a culture shift in finance and in broader in City Hall to deal with things like what we've seen here?
Well, I guess the part is, for me, is trying to predict 20 years out. I've got a hard enough time trying to figure out what we're going to do at the end of the week. So, to be able to accurately do that, I think that in some ways yes, we do. When I look at, for example, when we do that plan for water and sewer, we roll that out basically 20 years, and we sort of show like, here's our amounts. We know that we've got some, STP plan upgrades and those sorts of things coming. So we do try to predict that, and we've tried to kind of build the reserve so that when we do have a situation where we need to replace a sewer plant, that we're not going to our residents and businesses saying, hey, by the way, we need a 30% increase to your rates this year because we got to pay for this plant. We've been trying to predict those out. Now, I, again, I know that we have been working on the storm sewer side. That might be a place, Councillor Lautenberg, that we have had some plans, and that's probably one that is not as strong maybe as some of the other ones that we do have looked out further and have been planning for and trying to again. The I guess the biggest part, Councillor Lautenberg, is sort of that shock from the the business owner and the residents when you're like, hey, we've got this coming. It's going to be 20 years down the road. How do we get there? Now, again, it doesn't mean that we don't look at these things, and I don't necessarily know that again, from 15 years ago when council said we are going to double our water and sewer rates, that was a tough pill to sort of swallow. But we do see the benefit now that where even while we're looking to build at a potentially a 20 to 25 million dollar sewage treatment plant, in theory, if everything else is moving along as we suspect or we hope, is that you should only see an inflationary increase on your bill over the next 25 years, even though we're making that replacement. Now, we've done that in some of those areas. Are there other areas that we can look at doing it? I think that, yeah, we are, but we also are quite cognizant of I guess the capacity of our businesses and residential to take on additional funds. I certainly do get questions sometimes by saying like, why are you even increasing our rates at all? I see that you've got X amount of dollars in your reserve. And then again, it's trying to have that ongoing conversation. It's like, yes, but that reserve builds so that when we go and have to have a major upgrade to something, your bill has already been reflected that into our planning. So again, on the hydro side, again, great questions. I don't know. Well, I guess I shouldn't say I don't know. What I would say is that part of even of the COSA work to me is trying to understand that, if we're going to have some of these storms and we're trying to work with our neighbors on maybe cutting down trees that aren't on our property that they're not, maybe we don't have any say on, but what can help them is like, well, if you guys are now sort of helping out with the cost of the vegetation management and those are increasing your fees, and that's because we were having some of these storms and they are taking down trees that aren't on our property, aren't on our right of way, but are our neighbors, I could see where that sort of brings some ability for a neighbor to say, hey, like, you know what, you've got some trees that are in our area that are outside and you're not going to let people do that, but do you not see that you're actually, by not taking care of this vegetation management that you're not allowing hydro to do, that you're actually causing causing us some situations here. So maybe that there's a conversation there. And as the CAO spoke to, like when you talk about us having no ability on some of these 100-foot trees that would be so far out of our right of way, how again, we live in BC, we want to love our trees and those sorts of things, and they're good for our environment, and yet at the same time then windstorms, they come down and take our power lines out. So as far as hydro goes, I mean, I know that it would be very difficult to put things underground. I mean, that would be one of the things that you might talk about. But again, I would say in the downtown, that was one of the roles that council agreed to with hydro, was to put our cables underground, which means that they're not above. Now, again, you don't maybe have some tree situation, but you've got vehicles that try to takes out some of those. Try to have less risk in our downtown core for what we have on our lines being available or to be able to be taken down. So again, to be able to put that through our community and not use poles, I mean, that is again a huge cost. And are people willing to pay for that? Doesn't mean that we don't look at it, but I just know that we haven't maybe got some of the planning. Some of the planning, yes, but I think not maybe in the total mindset that you're thinking of, saying in 20 years, what does this look back and kind of rolling that. And again, those are probably things that we will be looking at, and I suspect when you look at some of the changes, in fact, when you look at the recent Supreme Court ruling on, on whether or not carbon tax is available, does that create a fund that helps us maybe go out and get some additional dollars to help us do some of that planning? And when I hear those sorts of things, I think that the conversations you're having, Councillor Lautenberg, will start to rise up, and from that, then there will be someone that will be able to sit down and go, here's a way, some is a province has been after us for asset management to be able to go, here's some of the things that you need to look at. Here's some of the things that you need to roll out as far as in preparation of. But right now, I can't say that I have a full tools of being able to scope out what the results will be and moving out 20 years and moving backwards. I don't have that tool right now. I think it's probably coming.
Colin, I think, thanks, Colin. I think it's really important for us to keep in mind, that's a good question, Councillor Lockenberg, but actually we have been doing that for 15 years. We've done that with hydro, we've done it with water and sewer, we've actually done it with storm sewer. In fact, the major reason why Hall Street was done was so that we could manage the water, system, storm sewer that was flooding Front Street. I mean, the mindset is here. I think Colin is right. Do we have the capacity to fully sort of put the more robust plan in place? But we have been working on adaptation, resilience, sustainability, and we did sign the Climate Action Plan. How long ago was that, Kevin? 15 years ago? We did commit to...
7.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a lot more that can be done. And as an example around waste and around, resilience going forward. But we have to keep in mind, I think Colin touched on it a little bit, that the role and responsibility of municipal government is definitely to have their eye on the prize, do as much as they can. But the reality of the situation is we need help to do a lot of what what's needed to be done going forward. And Colin did touch on the carbon tax. And many of you may or may not know this, but the carbon tax is collected in British Columbia, as an example, goes into general revenue. If that money was earmarked to go to municipalities with ideas to reduce carbon, be more resilient and sustainable going forward, that's where carbon taxes should go. And in our case as a local government, we should be advocating that the money that's being collected from carbon tax is not being used as a slush fund by the federal government to send everybody $600 with no strings attached annually to help offset what they paid for carbon tax. That money either needs to have strings attached to it, or it should go to local government to help us do some of the things we need to do to reduce carbon emissions and be more sustainable and resilient going forward. We cannot do it on the backs of the local taxpayer. We don't have the capacity to tax that the province or the feds have. And we'll see that today in our budget. So our role, I think, going forward is to advocate and to build the most robust, staff that we possibly can to help us through that. But without some financial help coming from somewhere else, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do that. Like I can remember when, and Kevin touched on this, when our grid was literally falling apart in the city of Nelson, our hydro grid. And we took it upon ourselves through the sewer and water program, the hydro program, to build those reserves, rebuild that grid to where it is today. That's good work that's been done. Have we more to do? Absolutely. But we're going to need help to do it.
And John, if I may, I just want to clarify that one way or the other, taxpayers are going to be paying for this. I mean, our local taxpayers. What I was asking about was these storm events. To us, they came as a surprise, and they represent a hit to our taxpayers one way or the other, to pay for increased veg management and so on, demand charges, that kind of thing. But the truth is, it's not a surprise. I mean, this exact type of weather events have been predicted for 25 years. My question was simply, do we? And I'm speaking from a place where I am trying to make a culture shift or the mind shift myself. Like, it's going to take us time as a corporation to really sort of shift how we see what's coming and start making those budgetary decisions based on what's coming. And it's not to cast judgment on anybody, because I'm still like, this came as a surprise to me, and I've been thinking about it. So I can only imagine what it must be like for the rest of our staff that are focusing day to day on just keeping the city running. So it's more like, are we starting to see the shift so that we're not going to get caught by surprise again on the next big event that was predictable, but we just didn't have the culture to anticipate it. That's all.
So can I speak to that?
Kevin, hang on. Councillor Woodward's been waiting for a while to ask a question.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the only thing I would like to add is I think one of the mindset shifts is I think we've important is not to look at these storm events as isolated incidents, but a pattern. And I think the pattern is starting to set up pretty clearly. And as Councillor Morrison said, it's not just windstorms or heat waves, but it's just intensity. So each storm is just intense. So I think that's all I just wanted to add to the conversation, is that looking at it as a holistic pattern that is definitely forming, and how are we going to respond to that? If we can, as the mayor said, I don't know, maybe small municipalities don't really have the wherewithal to deal with a pattern of intensifying storm patterns.
Yeah.
But they are coming, and we will be affected by them. So
could I suggest, we have to move on here because we have got a lot to do, but could I suggest going forward that we put our minds around how we can better advocate for those funds to come to municipalities to help us do exactly what's being talked about. You know, we go to AKBLG, we go to UBCM with these fluff and stuff resolutions. You know, these are real issues that we need to grab by the horns. And I really believe we have enough energy around our table to start talking about where carbon tax funding is being directed and how it can be directed to make a real difference at the local government level, where we're most connected to communities. And we know what needs to happen. And I would suggest that going forward, if we're going forward with resolutions to AKBLG, UBCM or FCM in the future, it needs to focus around revenues from the carbon tax to help offset the impacts of climate change. Because we cannot carry it on our backs here. We can help, we can facilitate, we'll do the best we can, but we're playing around the fringes without some substantial funding. Councillor Page, your last kick at the cat, and that'll be it. So
I just
no kicks here.
Kevin, we'll let you in a second.
Okay.
One, I think let's get clear about where we feel those monies are or not being spent. We have Clean BC. We could talk to our MLA and just see where she feels that fund stream is going and how appropriate that is before we start picking up an advocacy destination or objective here. Like, I think we do want to get a good sense of how that's flowing to, because certain things just simply make sense on a more regional, provincial level when you're trying to tackle these emissions. We had said in a previous meeting, going back a couple of months now when we adopted the Nelson Next, that we would be receiving an initial budget for that program going into this year. And I'm hoping we're just going to see that a little bit later today, or that's still kind of on the docket before we finally adopt. But that's my biggest question here around this is, where is that one pager of Nelson Next budgetary asks?
Okay, so I'll address all those things. So first of all, I wouldn't want to leave this meeting with the impression that these are surprises to us. They're not surprises to us. We've been dealing with these storm events, whether they're flash floods, whether they're wind events, whether it's wildfire for a while now. So I think the difference between did we budget for this specific one versus do we build reserves so that we're resilient to these events? And I think both the pandemic and these type of events, and whether it's water, you'll see that we have developed reserves. That's how we're resilient to these events. If we didn't have those, we'd be in deep trouble right now. So I think that's our primary strategy, is rebuild, that capacity within the organization, whether it's reserves in that specific utility or the surpluses that we have built generally overall to allow us to manage through these events. And I think, as Councillor Morrison said, it's important that we continue to build those. I think they're the number one ability to be able to respond and not put the municipality under undue stress, or your residents where you need a substantial tax increase or rate increase to manage that event. Number two, all your engineering that is done today reflects climate change. whether you're building a bridge, whether you're building a storm system, whether you're building whatever infrastructure you build, it's mandated by those engineering associations that has to be built in. So I think should feel some comfort that that is being engineered to that standard. And then to Councillor Page's point of view, yes, we've had some meetings internally around Nelson Next. We have a workshop coming up, and really the focus internally is really being able to manage, our core infrastructure, our core, the core work we do in a way that builds that resiliency, builds that, that we're starting to make those changes. Colin's presented what we've done around the water side of it, just understanding where that use is, where our vulnerability is, planning for a secondary source. All those things are the core work we're doing. So that's our initial focus, is all those pieces that you're talking about today. How do we make sure that we're strong on those sides? And that's what we'll, like I said, at a staff level of what we can do internally. That's our initial focus, and we will bring that back. It's unfortunately, with all the other things going on, it's not as complete as we'd like to be at this stage, but you'll hear from Colin that we're building, again, that financial flexibility in this financial plan to allow, as we build those pieces together and understand what resources, et cetera, we need to be able to deliver on those. We'll have the financial flexibility in this financial plan to allow, council to be able to put those in place starting this year. We're not at that level of saying we're doing action 1 versus action 2. But if you step back and think about the things that we're doing around water, the food cycle is a substantial reduction in GHG emissions through that side of it. The water work we're doing, whether it's secondary source, et cetera. So there's a package, the EcoSave program. There's a lot of work being put in to really strengthen those pieces. I think a lot of the way that Councillor Blandenberg was suggesting. So that is all in play. It's going to take a little bit of time to get it to saying here's the things we're actually doing, or here's we want to be really solid on what our outcomes of those things are. If we put the time and effort and additional resources, what is the outcome of that? Where are we moving that needle? And we want to be able to do that well, and not just say we're doing these 50 new things that really. And I think everyone sat around the council table long enough to know that it's really easy to have lots of plans, but do they actually move things the way you want them? It's tough to really move things in the way you want it unless you put some concerted effort into them and focus on them.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Page, as quickly as possible, we can try and move on to the task at hand.
Yeah, I guess totally. And I'm just wondering, I'm looking at how, active transportation came along because funds were put aside. And so when I look at what we had decided when we adopted these of having some sort of budget consideration, at least understanding what we were taking from our budget this year and putting aside for those initiatives, that's kind of, the objectives flow from that afterwards, because we know Nelson Next is what contains the spending in that budget. But like, what are we thinking in terms of what our budget will contribute towards the Nelson Next plan? So when those objectives come up, we already have an idea of what kind of projects we're even in the realm of considering. Like that's kind of where I feel like there's a decision I would have expected we'd be making at this junction about the size of that contribution, and that's coming from our decisions before, right?
Yeah.
To be clear,
I think there's the financial flexibility in this budget through the recovery money that we have that created took all that pressure off the reserves that we're planning on bringing in, etc. So the money, I wouldn't be afraid that the money's not there. Where we're not at this stage is to say, because I think we've identified 3 or 4 or 5 major areas. Transportation is one of them. Where's transit, active transportation, where does that fit in that bucket? You know, water is clearly one. Energy retrofits is clearly one. You know, the whole organics is one. So there's four or five large buckets that there's a lot of good work and a lot of good bones on that. We just need to say, okay, here's the most effective. You know, is it building more out on, you know, cycling lanes, or is it something else? And where is the grants available? Because that's, you know, I think all of you mentioned that those grants are really a key driver. So we want to be able to place ourselves in where we can access those grants, because we need to leverage those. So that's kind of where we are, but we're just, you know, we had to get through, you know, COSA and budget, et cetera, and have the time to bring our department heads and other staff together to say, okay, well, where can we do that? And, you know, just Kate trying to find a date in April has been, you know, challenging to bring people together. It's like we're still in the middle of a pandemic. We're trying to manage through, and so we're definitely stretched, but it's definitely on the radar, and we're definitely building the financial flexibility as soon as we kind of can come back to you with saying, here's the things where we think we can make good movement. Here's where we have some good energy, and things aren't, you know, Carmen's working hard to, you know, better get that EcoSave program out. There's more resources put in there, so it's not like we're in a standstill. It's just pulling it together in a document and making sure that we have the right staff assigned to the right thing, and we're really trying to, and I think, again, speaking to Councillor Lautenberg's point, we're trying to take a organizational approach to this, that EcoSave is not just, you know, siloed in Nelson Hydro. How do we as an organization embrace it? You know, when you go to if you walk into City Hall, you should know that's an important thing that we do. And, you know, there's resources available, and all our CSRs are aware of it. We had a building inspector that didn't even know we had an EcoSave program. So we've got some ways to go here. So we really want to take that organizational approach. And, you know, what's the library's role in that? You know, when you walk into the library, how do you know these are the things that we're really trying to shift our community to? So everyone has a role in it. How we hire, how we hold meetings, all those things create culture and create that buy-in. You know, we tend to silo those in the waters, you know, the Public Works Department. Well, water's not just the Public Works Department. Well, we're working on that, and today we won't have, you know, here's how much we're spending in each of those areas. But I can assure you that financial flexibility is in this financial plan to be able to tackle those things.
Thanks, Kevin. And I think just to recap a little bit, it's really important for us to think hard when making decisions around, as an example, a new sewage treatment plant, which has been on the books for a number of years. And, you know, it's like waste. We just keep consuming what we consume, and then we expect somebody to come and take it away. Like, we have to have a different type of mindset around, you know, do we need a new sewage treatment plant? We probably do. But do we need a conservation program alongside of it to get people to reduce waste, to reduce water consumption? You know, all of those things.
Smaller toilets.
Well, I mean, exactly. I mean, you know, what are the options out there for, you know, a few years ago we were selling we were giving away plastic bags to put in your toilet to reduce the amount of water that was flushed down the system. I mean, those are not crazy ideas, but if we don't do something, we keep building bigger capacity, bigger pipes, bigger sewage treatment plants. So, you know, our mindset has to shift around conservation as well. Consumption, how we consume, and how we manage our products at the end of the day. And I think we as a council have a very important role to play in that, not only in our role as councillors around this table, but also as advocates to higher levels of government to help us change direction in shipping, packaging, waste management. You know, the list is endless. and we can do a good job. We have a role and responsibility there as politicians to be collectively advocating for better ways of managing how we sort of run our systems in general, and how we can access funding from higher levels of government. There's real opportunities out there, and I agree with Rick about working back from 20 years and working back from 30 years. It's a good way to it's a good focus to have as well. So okay, let's get into what really matters to to all of us here, and that's the budget. So Colin, did you have anything you wanted to start us off with? Or is everybody ready for like 5 minutes to grab a coffee and then go from there? Would that sound fair? So we'll have a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back.
And he was saying that 90% of wood products that are made here in Canada are shipped down south. Yeah. So we're actually we're having access to 10% of what Canada makes, because our population is so small.
All right, folks, we're ready to go, and I think Colin is going to carry us through this, and I think is Chris on there as well. I see Colin, and the other Colin is on there, I think, and Kevin. So that's our staff support. Yeah. Okay, Colin, you have the floor, my friend.
Okay, thank you. First question that I had was, I'm hoping that those of you that are not here at council did get my email with the documents. I know they're not always easy to read, but I just wanted to confirm that the email was received. Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up in different fashions. So I also just wanted to take any questions, because again, I don't want to minimize the couple of notes in the email that attached to the actual documents. That being that in doing some work with public works on the utility side and trying to do some reporting on call-outs and what's happening with our sewage treatment plant and our water treatment plant, just for staffing and whatnot, and looking at when do we get alarms on the system. And as I investigated that, I found out that our system was on a 1997 access database. And that's a long time ago. Those are some good years back then, I will admit that, but that's a long time ago. And so the first thing that I put forward here is that we have moved to get that system upgraded. Now, not only will it, for me, I think, help us for a couple of reasons. One, these are critical control systems, and we can't have them, and we have been having some blips and glitches, which doesn't you're using IT from 1997, so that's not a surprise. But we're also seeing some increased risk with cyber attacks, where people are doing that. So this would be one of those things that we need to make sure that we're up to date on that. So that's one major reason. The other big piece is to understand the reporting, and with the new SCADA systems, the goal here is to have an alarm system, yes, but a bit more of a standard on the, if you've got something where we're having, sewage kind of flowing into the lake, we want to know about that immediately. That's got to be addressed immediately. But if you've got maybe a tank that's feeding the STP plant and it's down, and it's maybe got 24 hours or 48 hours before whatever chemical is involved there needs to be dealt with, that's an alarm that, yes, we want to know that there's a risk on that, but having a couple of days to deal with it, that should be a lower priority. Certainly one of the things that we're finding with the current system we have is that all of those alarms are sort of all the same. And so now you've got someone in the middle of the night getting an alarm because this is happening, and it needs 2 days to be resolved. I mean, you have time to resolve it, but someone's going to get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning because the alarm in the SCADA system has gone off. So that's some of the big pieces that we're wanting to, again, make this move. The other component in the water side is that we, and again, I think we've discussed this enough, and as I know this group is eager on so many things, I think we've been, we're at budget since November, right? So one has to always remember the moving targets and how long this particular beast takes. But we did get note that, and I believe, again, council is aware that the province has, I guess, stated that our reservoir is actually a dam. And I don't know if you are aware of that. And I think you've seen the the diagram where it shows like if this thing lets go, you know, kind of what risk people have for that coming down into our community. Part of the work that came out of the province making that statement about this being a dam, and a lot of this comes out of that poly mine situation, which is a real sad situation. So again, obviously, whatever water comes out won't be that kind of you know, sludge or waste, but it still would be quite damaging. But they have said to us that on the, you know, the facing side that would be down the mountain needs to have be cleared vegetation wise. And I was again kind of questioned some of that. I'm like because we've got a concrete reservoir, but then we've got earth surrounding it. I always thought it would be a good idea to have trees with roots and really solidly, you know, holding, you know, the earth there. But they have come and said that yes, but you need to have it cleared and managed. So again, that was another thing in the email there. I was pointing out that we have been ordered to do some vegetation management up on the facing of the dam. I think mostly for inspection and visual monitoring of it. We do have monitoring of the plant all the time. So, for example, hugely unlikely that the whole thing's just gonna burst and you know, flow the way that even the diagram kind of shows, especially when we're monitoring, because we do know that we've got a direct demand that's happening on the water, but especially on nights and different times, if you started to see big, you know, leaks happening, that would be the indication in the system, again, some of those SCADA controls, that we've got a problem, you know, before we would ever get to all of a sudden, you know, the whole thing just letting go. It's just really unlikely. But anyway, we need to prepare for that and to have visual inspection of that part of the reservoir. So I didn't know if council had any questions or concerns. They are in the scheme of the water and sewer budgets and ongoing reserve balances. They're insignificant, but I just didn't want council to be surprised. And I didn't bring the documents forward of what the changes were, but I just wanted to see if that was okay. We will obviously bring up the most, you know, the final documents when we do the report on April 13th to council. When we do the financial plan, they will be attached there. Again, the differences are insignificant. I just didn't know if anybody had any concerns or questions about those three items.
Thanks, Colin.
Okay.
I don't see any hands
All right.
up, so
Okay.
thank you.
No. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to move next into the operating budget. And so I'm going to share my screen and bear with me for a moment here. Okay. Okay, now can you see the screen, my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the one you sent to us last night, is it, or yesterday?
That is correct. That is the one from last night.
Yeah.
Yes. So I wanted to start off with a few things just on a general basis.
Hang on, Colin. We got Benny and the Jets or something up on my screen here.
What? Benny and the Jets.
We definitely don't have your budget up, that's for sure.
We've got
Your
it.
email
There it
screen.
is. There it is.
Well, we got a little bit of it
Yeah,
now.
you're on screen.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay. Sorry about the Benny and the Jets. I'm glad it wasn't something, you know, that I couldn't recover from. Okay.
An old car model.
Okay. So I just wanted to go through a couple of high-level things just from, you know, what's changed from the last time that we discussed budget, and also that I've, you know, kind of, you know, again, recommending this tax increase, but remembering council has the ability to go lower, higher, all the rest of those sorts of questions. But I wanted to speak to a few things that what's changed, and so. In the last little while, we have gotten some, you know, some positive information. We got about $20,000 higher on our grant in lieu from BC Hydro. So that was one of those key components that's helping us from before. Again, just as a reminder, we were looking for, you know, a few dollars to be able to balance at the end of the year. And so now here we've got the 10,764 in taxation. Part of that is an increase of 20,000 that came from, again, the grant in lieu. We just got that information recently. But there's also about $160,000. That's what the 1.75% basically derives on the tax increase. So it's 1.75%. That would be both residential and commercial properties. There are a couple other revenues, but they also have offsetting expenses. So this would be a place where, for example, the Heritage Working Group got a significant grant of over $50,000 from CBT. And there's also Sam Ellison and the Development Services Group with Kate were able to get a Fortis grant of about $43,000 in revenue. Now they both have offsetting expenses, so you will see that the general government is higher in expenses than we were last time, but that's because we're also including the revenues. Again, like I said, for the Heritage Working Group, for them to do the registry that they have. But the Fortis is the blower test kind of work for our community, and also having Natalie on side, who's working with Kate as far as directing that sort of a plan. One other good news story is that the fire, so I would say Chief McCharles and his team were able to get a fire mitigation grant of about $147,000. So we've had a couple of those over the last number of years. So again, a continuation of our Fire Smart work. It's always fantastic to see UBCM assist us in that particular in that work. So again, you would see us higher on revenue by 147,000, but you've also got an offsetting expense of $147,000. Last one that we got was we've applied for and waiting on the province, but for a BC airport operating grant. So we're waiting for some word on that, but that's also a revenue that is increased. What we've done with that, and we'll discuss it just a little bit further down when we look at transfers, is that we've increased the budget for the airport on the expense side, but also recognizing that some of this may go into the reserve. So what has happened on this is that yes, revenue's gone up, budgeted revenue has gone up by 90. We haven't got the full approval from the province yet, and so we'll hopefully that'll come. But the other side of it is that we increased the operating budget by 30,000, but then took the other $60,000 and we're going to transfer that into the reserve for the airport. That's sort of the plan. Again, this is just a recent grant. We need to sit down and have a discussion with NADAS, who's been a good group there that has really been the focus. At NADAS is the Nelson District Airport Society, and so we've got some people there that are really leading us in a direction to, again, they've done a great job of improving the terminal building in itself. It looks fantastic, and so this money I think will help us in a number of different areas. They've been out finishing off the crack ceiling, so real positives happening at the airport. So we see that we need to sit down with our partners there and to see what's the best way, if we're successful on getting this grant. Hopefully we would know in the next day or so, and that will be announced, that we will be able to work with them and to do more improvements on the good work they've already started. I'm going to go now here to lines rows 19 to 22. And some of the things that I did when I was going back on some historical and trying to get us to balance, understanding that it's never good to have the operational expenses being covered by surplus. However, when you do have some surplus, to be able to use it for one-time items, I think is appropriate. Not, again, the reason why you don't just have ongoing operational expenses that are going to increase year after year to be funded by reserve or surplus is that the reserve or surplus will run out at some point in time. So based on that, I was going back in my records here, and I noticed that one that had carried forward for a couple of years is that council had approved a couple of years ago about $24,000 for the police use of the surplus that they had for outfitting their reserve. Now, again, we've had a transition in chiefs, we've had a pandemic, and they have not been able to get to this work, but it is included in their operating budget, this additional increase. And so I brought that revenue forward from the previous years so that we would have that matching revenue and expense. Under line 21, and again, this is me, some of it is you, but some of it is me in that I've got the use of surplus. We've got the 40,000 for the NIC and the 30,000 for the rural institute there to help us with the cultural report. So council approved that a week or so ago as far as one-time items to be able to provide funding for this group. And they committed to take that out of surplus. So you would take the 40 and the 30, that gets to 70, and you're saying, hey, Colin, why is this at 96? And I'm suggesting that as a one-time item that we would take the 26,000 that we needed to incur to do the by-election and also have that as a one-time item funded through this. The other line that I've got here is use of reserves, is that we had, again, we've been ongoing work with our partners at the RDCK and hopefully here with CP on the Lakeside Transfer Station. So this is work that we are trying to move towards the closure. Now, in moving towards the closure, we need to get a certificate of compliance on our contamination that is down there. And I think that this council and most of the community would understand that there's a sort of a myriad of partners that have been involved. You know, a lot of that area was already filled in the previous days. There's also, it was a transfer station and a dump at a point in time for not only the city residents, but the regional district residents. And then you've also got the complications that there certainly was a lot of CP work. There's a lot of contaminants, heavy metals, that and bunker seed oil that come and seem to ebb and flow as that's really close to the lake. So as the water table moves up and down during our different seasons, that you have migration of contamination flowing from property to property underneath that you can't visually see, but does happen. And with that, we've had ongoing testing. Part of that is the requirements from the Ministry of Environment, and they need to have an understanding of what level of the contaminants are there. And from that, we're able to send a report to the Ministry of Environment to say, there's our plan on closure. Most cases, our closure looks towards, you know, mostly capping it. We have a lot of material that's already on the site, and we believe that we will be successful on that. But what they are finding on some of the testing is that there's some migration from other properties, and that's heading into the aquamarine. And you know, when you look at the product that is, you know, being seen in the testing, it's certainly not something that would be related to the transportation of the garbage, likely. And so again, it's trying to work with our partners on how do we deal with contamination that may be migrating from other properties. And if we're able to get our partners to come on side with that, the goal here is to have a plan, but we need to do more testing. And that's why we've got this this money asked for in 2021 to do the additional testing that's required. And we looked at using the reserve from the development services side to be able to do that funding, because obviously the development services we've been putting that money aside will help us as we again solve this problem, because I know that council and others in our community want this closure to happen, and then can we redevelop that area into something that could be maybe more of a nature park or walkway. Okay, moving down as I'm scrolling here, not much change on the expense side of things. There were some ins and outs, ups and downs as we allocated. Again, the bigger components was that some of the general increases that you would see would be, you know, general government has increased by close to $90,000, but that's to have the expenses related to the Fortis grant for blower testing and staffing, and as well the Heritage Working Group funds to do the work that they're doing. When I get down here to lines 43 to 51, two things I noted from last night to this morning was I made a mistake. It's a small mistake, and it doesn't really affect 2020, but you will notice under line 49 and 50 that as you go across to those rows, you'll see that the capital project has $840,000 in transfer in 2021, and then it's continued on for the rest of the year. However, it actually should have jumped up from 840 to $1,025,000, but you'll see that I actually did that under the equipment reserve rather than the capital projects reserve. And the reason for this is that we know that last year our parking meter revenue, so this is the parking meter revenue that we collect from our you know, people that park in our downtown, and this money goes directly into the capital reserve, which then helps us out with paving, sidewalks, improvements, etc. And we certainly had as you can see in 2020, you see we had our budget of $250,000. We ended up being significantly higher as the pandemic ended. But understanding that going back even into 2021, we did not want to jump back up. And so we have $840,000 budgeted for, again, revenues from parking meter revenue going into this particular reserve. But then going outwards into the 2022, there's an expectation that we get back to normalcy here and that our parking meter revenue would get back to the previous numbers. And so the difference there is about $60,000 because the 840, if I should have been 1,025,000 and then the 900,000. So it's not a big deal, but I just wanted council to be aware of that. And that's what it's about, is that our increasing in parking meter revenue in the future needs to be transferred into this reserve. As we go down here, a couple things you'll notice is that under lines 90 to 94, I took these out. And the reason that I took them out was because based on the conversations that we had, those groups had mostly been kept whole with the ongoing grants that they had even during the pandemic. And then with the amounts going forward into 2021, I've kept them flat as to where they are at, with the idea that as we go through the process of setting some COVID relief funds aside and having a process where all of these groups, and not just the groups that are listed here, because we certainly know that even the groups that we discussed, the large grant recipients at our meeting in January, only some of them asked for increases. Some asked for much larger increases than others. Some did not ask for an increase at all. So part of it for me in discussion with staffing was that this would be a place where if someone is needing something for the one-time requests that were here, that we would be able to, if council approves, use the funding that we've set aside or we plan to set aside here for COVID relief for this group. So I don't know if anyone has any questions, so let me just maybe get down to the bottom here. So one major thing you'll notice I've got it bolded is that, again, some pretty challenging news, and I certainly know for our community, which has, most cases been not damaged as much by the actual virus and cases in our community, but when the province has to make a wide sweeping change or a lockdown that stops all in-house dining, even in our area, we know how hard that is on our restaurant sector. Certainly, this is not that it was new, but there had been a question as how much revenue do we actually have in the budget for patio rental fees for 2021? That number is $36,000. Now, I have put it here, and my thought process was this was something that council can discuss. The ability here, you'll see at the very bottom under line 115, is that we are $34,000 short. So if hypothetically, if maybe we were not going to do any assistance to patio fees in 2021, that we would have been balanced basically on the 1.75% tax increase. We would have had 2021's budget would have been a balance, basically a slight surplus, but basically at zero. So we would have been done. So I know there's some questions brewing. I just want to follow through the last three items that are on here. What was on here was the NIC funding, and again, I've got that under line 100, and I've said, yes, this has already been agreed to by council, funded by surplus. The same question goes here for the 2020 RDI cultural sector report also. The Nelson Next support funding. So this is one thing that I just wanted to touch on as well. I know I'm talking quite a bit here, and we'll give you all a chance to discuss. And I want council to be aware that there is certainly hope, desire, willingness to be working on Nelson Next. But I also really would hope that council would understand. I know that you get passionate about some of these, but we do have our general meat and potatoes operations. And when you look at this budget, we have so much going on already, and just trying to keep the lights on, keep our place safe for police and fire. our public works doing the street sweeping, all the extra things of the 20 some odd $1 million worth of budget operations here. That to know that you pass Nelson Next in early January, February, and to have a here, here's X amount of dollars and here's what we're going to do, we are not there yet. So what is in the budget right now under the operating side is funding to provide support for likely staffing to allow planning. We know that our current funding runs out for the economic or for the climate action role, and so we want to make sure that we had funding for whomever would be able to help us with our plan. And there has absolutely been no time, and I think the CAO, and when I look at our overall staffing, I get concerned about breaking point for people. The BCUC, I do not think that council, as much as you can be reading through the blogs and the different questions and concerns, it is really hard to describe to you the amount of hours and the emotional and physical toll it is taking on people to answer in the deadline that has been demanded by BCUC. The questions, and some of them that have obviously come from BCUC, tend to be a little bit less emotional, and yet the second round of questions here being asked by our public, and again, who are passionate. No one wants to have things increase, and some of the I guess the accusations that come and us having to answer all of these questions because that is what BCUC demands of us. It has put a huge physical and emotional toll on staff. I've, in some cases, I'm not involved in answering many questions. I may be a resource, but the staff that are doing that serious and hard, heavy lifting, whatever work they cannot do is then spilling over onto others. And so I would actually just hope that we could have some patience and some compassion and grace from council as we work through Nelson Next. I know every time I'm in a meeting, I hear like, what is this with Nelson Next? And what have you done about Nelson Next? And it's like, I haven't had a chance to breathe on some of this, and I'm just one of many staff members. So we understand that it's important. We respect that we want to do something. We know that this is a direction for us. You certainly heard at the last council meeting that even the plan itself from the West Kootenay Society said, like, this is awesome. If you do this, you'll be doing more than anyone. That's great. We want to be that group. But I just really, really want to stress that we're at a breaking point, and I would hope for a bit of time and leniency to make sure that we've got a good, accurate, doable plan for council that you can be proud of, but it's going to take some time. So again, I really want to, again, preach patience for us on that. So after that sermon, I don't know if anybody has any questions for me.
Colin, do you mind, can you take
Sitting
your
down so we can see each other.
just a minute, Janice, because I can't see everybody. So just
Yeah,
wait.
thanks.
Now we've got the screen down, so now I can see you. So Janice and then Rick.
Thanks, Colin. I have a few questions, and I'll just ask one, and then somebody else can ask one, and I'll ask another one later on. So I'm comparing the first sheet that you gave us in February the 5th with this new one of March the 30th. And so I'm just wondering, and maybe it's just the way I'm reading this, is that now that you've filled in all of those slots on allocations from reserves and surplus in lines 18 through 24, which weren't all flushed out in the first round, and then I go down and I see those lines, not 99, of course, but sort of like 100 through 107, and I see them like up above. So when I see at line 108 where you've added up the 192 640, have we not already accounted for that in the upper part of this budget document? Like, am I just not reading this right? It's like, this looks like an ask at the bottom, but you've already incorporated it into allocations from reserves and surpluses in lines 19 through 24.
You are absolutely correct, Councillor Morrison. I did that just to make sure that council was aware and that the items that were requested were not lost. Or again, you're right. I could have just maybe added them into the general government and it had been in that larger expense than we had in the previous year. I was just trying to show, because number one, of the 96 640 on line 21, The only amount so far that's been approved, or the two amounts that were approved by council, were the NIC funding and the cultural sector report. So there's only 70,000 that is there. So the expenses down below, yes, you are correct that I've got the revenue up above, but I also was suggesting by staff that we would use that. Again, I've got it in there to try to get us balanced, because that's sort of my goal here, of the 26,640, and that's why we're at 96,640.
Yeah, 'cause you got it in 107, line
Yes,
107 is added.
that's correct. So you've got the revenue. So you see there's a negative above, and then you've got the offsetting expense below. And again, it's just trying to show so it doesn't get lost. I mean, it's one of those different, those one-time asks. And again, I didn't want to be. Yes, maybe I could have rolled in the NIC and the RDI into, like, say, general government, and then just had the revenue and had a higher general government amount in line 30. But I chose just to make sure to follow through that line of discussion on how we were funding some of these.
Okay, and I'll just ask one more and then I'll say my other one. So when you talked about the fact, which is, I appreciate that, about the ongoing funding increases requests that you've zeroed.
Yes.
Now, on the original document, the request for the capital theater was, that you had in that line was 3,500, and there was actually then in the down below, there was a capital theater wanting that $40,000. Are we now considering that all of those asks, so that capital theater ask of the 40,000 plus the capital theater, because you'd broken them out into two different lines because they were, I think the 3.5 was actually a salary increase for staff, which would be ongoing, of course, and then the one was the $40,000 lift. Are we just considering those two numbers now just glomp together, and that's potential for whatever we might decide?
Great question. And so that is in conversation with the capital and with some of the other groups. That is where, and it certainly felt and got feedback from the CIO that I had, not on purposely, but I had confused people with how I had presented it last time. And so that's why I was trying to basically, when we looked at what some of the asks were, that the reality is that any of those asks, whether or not they were for just inflationary or different items or one-time increases to stuff, that we should just look at it under our COVID relief funding into 2021. And then certainly in my conversation with some of the EDs, is that they felt that that was a fair way of doing it, because then everyone has the ability, because that means certainly I think the other parties that maybe didn't request. And again, the goal here is not to I guess some of the pressure that comes, and some groups tend to say, like, hey, give me $50,000, and maybe council will give me $50,000, where other groups said, well, wow, I didn't know if I could just ask for $50,000. That maybe if that's how it works that way, why don't we all ask for $50,000? And so I think it really kind of leveled the playing field, because I think some came in and said, look, we're happy that, we know it's a pandemic. We know there's pressure on the budget overall. My regular ask for the grant that I need to do the work that I do would be sufficient. And I think that some look at it as an opportunity to say, well, you never know. I mean, council, if I throw this number out there, if I ask for 20, maybe they give me 5, those sorts of things. And so that's why, as a decision-making amount, considering all the other parties, only some asked for some additional funding, not all, that this would be a way of handling it for the pandemic year, that they would come forward. Again, this would be based on a criteria. It would not only be for these groups that come for large grants, but this would be opened up. Come and show us, where you've got some need. We would that again has not been played out, but we have talked about criteria, because we know that some entities that are in our buildings are needing some help, whether it's for rent, they may need help with O&M. Some of the differences on those groups that are in our buildings, and just so council's aware of this. And then again, it's a year, not quite a year, but almost a year ago, when we had those groups come and say, hey, there's a lot of positive things happening. You can get the $30,000 loan, which if you pay back, you can, 10,000 is forgivable. So we saw the groups go out and get some of those fundings. But one thing that was interesting was any renter that was inside a municipal or provincial building was not allowed to apply for rent relief. So again, when you think about those groups, I mean, you've got your Nelson Soccer Association, you've got your current club, you've got your gymnastics, you've got Nelson Kootenay Lake Tourism. However, a few others, again, even for the capital and I think the other ones, they couldn't get rent relief from provincial buildings. So I think that this, and again, there was certainly a comfort level of, yeah, we have no issue in coming to council or however we're going to be able to support our groups here with some additional funding. That I didn't just do this with a hard heart, accounting type of slice, but just discussed it that there's another way potentially to come forward and get some help or relief for our cultural and our sports sector. But this didn't seem to be the place that it kind of fit for 2021.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify in terms of this budget so that people know what we're trying to do is the core budget, have council approve that core budget, and as I mentioned earlier, create that flexibility within the budget that you can, like, you don't have to make the decision of how we would use that COVID funding at this stage. It's still there. But we need to get our core budget approved and create that flexibility that we can address those other pieces as we go forward as this thing evolves. Nobody knew that they were going to close all the restaurants again, last night, right? So that's the flexibility we're trying to build in. When those things happen, you have the ability to address those. So that's where we want you to focus on the core budget. Does it make sense? So you good with the 1.75% increase, or and those, as those ones come up, we've brought them forward to you, and you've chosen to approve those at various levels. That can still happen going forward. That's not shutting that out. It's just going, you don't have to have that debate whether it's 25, 75, or whatever. We're still working as staff to say, here's what the internal COVID projects that we think we should use this funding for. So we're still gathering information where the best way. So that's where we are. We want you to, if we can approve that core budget, then we can move forward with those projects that, those expenditure levels, etc. And that other money will basically stay intact to make decisions as we put more meat on the bones, per se.
Further questions?
Yeah,
Councillor Luxembourg.
So I have three questions, and hopefully we'll be able to bang them off pretty quick, Colin. The first was, you said, and I just clarify here, you said that if not for the patio fees, we would not need a 1.7 tax increase. Can you clarify what? Did I hear that, or
yeah? Apology, Councillor Lautenberg. I guess if you were to look down at the bottom under line 115, you would see that right now we have a shortfall of 34,372. That is including the 1.75% tax increase.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing, not the only thing, but what's new on here was if we were to waive patio fees, that's $36,000. Say hypothetically, council was like, hey, things are opening, restaurants are able to have in-house dining and we don't need to forgive patio fees. Say that had gone on, then we would basically be bounced. So it's just right now the one little twist, and again too, I think the COVID surplus that we have, because I will note that under line 56 that and again we are still in the middle of audits, so things are to can and will change, is that we look at to be having a surplus of about 276,000 over what we had budgeted last year. Again, we had planned to use reserves just to balance out last year, so we've got a bit of a swing there. So when you look at that 276, that's additional funds that we weren't anticipating and having, and already council said, hey, well, let's use some of that for the NIC, let's use some of that for the cultural sector report. Your CFO is suggesting that we could use 26,000 to cover the election expense for 2021, and I think that it's probably appropriate considering where we're at, that that we waive patio fees if council was so desired to do that. That if you use surplus to cover that loss of revenue of 36,000, again we're balanced. You've got a 1.75% tax increase. Again, inflationary level, And again, maybe council's not comfortable with the 175. Maybe they want it a bit lower. I don't know. But this was sort of me trying to, as the CEO commented on, here's our base budget, our bread and butter for operations. We feel really comfortable that we've done a good job here, and I think come in line. And one thing too on some of these benefits that I just won't don't want to lose, but some of the work from the Jordan Martin, our youth center manager, whether it's the parkade, the campground, the markets, which again we're glad to hear that they're allowed to have non-food vendors coming in, and the parkade. Those are some of those things, entrepreneurial pieces that are also helping the bottom line this year. So again, I just wanted to reiterate that with council.
Okay,
Colin,
great.
just to be
Sorry.
clear though,
Hang on, Kevin, just a moment. Rick had 3 questions, I think, and then
I
you
just wanted to
can-
clarify what that answer was,
sorry.
just so everybody's on the same page. So and just again, clarify with Colin, I think we're on the same page, but the one-time expenditures here are being funded by reserves or surplus carried forward. Part of that surplus is actually, $1 million something of COVID money has increased that surplus because we were able to claim a bunch of these expenditures from last year as COVID money. So it's not drawn down your surplus. In fact, of that 2.6 million, it's 100 we're committing at this stage. But the balance of the budget is funding ongoing operations, so that so the only thing that's not ongoing right now, which you haven't approved, is the 36,000 for the patio fees, which again we would suggest that would come out of the COVID relief money / surplus, and the 60,000 for Nelson Next. Is a new item that you need to decide whether that's ongoing. If that's ongoing, then you're probably looking at how does taxation fund that going forward. Otherwise, as Colin said, you'll start to keep drawing down surpluses, and certainly as a short-term strategy you might want to do that. The rest of it is funded by our ongoing revenues and fees and taxation, including the 1.75%. We don't have that. We're not balanced on the ongoing expenditures.
Thanks,
Okay,
Kevin.
well-
Thank you for that. Rick, go ahead.
Okay, then onto that, which was related to my second question, was and Colin's sermon about Nelson Next. I wanted to understand where that sermon was ending up, because it felt like you kind of got through it and then we moved on to the next line. Because what I see is 60,000, 120, 120, and then it just ends.
Yep.
Were you saying, hey, just give us patience, because just have some patience because this is going to come back, or what? Because to me it seems like we're pretty sure, or at least I'm pretty sure, that we're going to need to fund that position indefinitely, because it's going to be a lot of us re-steering the ship, finding opportunities, blah blah blah, and grants might cover in time a lot of that work, but we don't know. Or were you saying, I'm not sure, what were you saying with that sermon related to Nelson Next and the budget line there?
Yeah. Yes, it's a good thing I didn't pick the preaching field for what could have stayed in the accounting world. What I was trying to say was we just kind of got the Nelson Next document done. And I know that everyone's excited. Part of it for me is that there's an operational cost that comes into this that I think that we've said, hey, we need to put some money in the budget to make sure that we've got some resources to do that. I think as Councillor Page said, it's like, well, where's the other side of it? And it's like, well, I don't have an answer yet of like, we need $1 million each year to upgrade this and do that and do that. And if we were to do that, more than likely that's coming out of capital. I don't see, again, it could be wrong. I mean, it could be a case of, and again, we've got some areas inside our capital reserves and those sorts of things that will be able to, I think, assist us in funding it. And I think as a mayor has spoken to, I'm really hoping, and again, especially, how proactive, and I going to regress a bit. Maybe this is what preachers do. The one thing that I think that council really needs to be proud of overall is the actual work that has been done in some of our, when we've come across these big issues of like, hey, what's happening with our infrastructure deficit? Hey, we need to increase rates. We need to get a plan. We need to get that going. And I see the same thing happening here because when I go to other communities, no one has been doing the kind of work where we're now more, um, being proactive rather than reactive. So many places have not touched increasing any waters and sewer rates and being able to have reserves and have a plan and do that sort of work. So we're very much further ahead than those groups. And so I'm thinking that will also assist us in trying to tackle the Nelson Next and some of those other plans. So what I was trying to say here is that I think, I'm hearing a number of times is like, where's the plan? What's the project? I want to be able to say and go to, our community and say, we are doing this. And I'm letting you know that we are nowhere near that right now on what this is. We've got some good ideas, but staff have not been able to shape up, come back to council and say, here are the top 4 things that we can do, and here's how we need to resource them. But what I do know is that we need to have somebody in place to be able um, to carry the ball for this, because it can't just be off the side of my desk or Kevin's desk or Pam's desk. So that's why I was just making sure that council was aware. We have one program that's winding down as far as funding, but we want to make sure that we had money so that we've got some resource to be able to carry on and work through the plan. I just um, we're getting, and it sounded weird, but we're getting close to the deadline of being able to have to pass this budget. Now, always clear to council, if things come up and in 3 months we've got a plan that says we need to find X and do that, we can always amend the plan. It's just that right now the clock is kind of ticking against us getting this done in time a for the ministry deadlines for reporting into the province. So that's where that's at. So again, whether the 120 should be out 5 years, that's a great question. I just was trying to show that, and again, each year is unique in itself, but just saying that we were recognizing that to have a plan or have someone in this space, that we would want to be showing council that we've got a few years of this. This isn't just like, oh, we're going to do something in 6 months and then we don't have that role anymore, or we don't know. Again, my hope is that if we were able to do a plan, maybe it does become part of the regular budget. Maybe it's maybe we find a way that it's funded, as you said, Councillor Lautenberg, through grants. That would certainly be a hope as well, that we've got a grant river above and it's just an automatic position now. So again, just was trying to again talk about patience as staff are really stressed and trying to get the rest of the nuts and bolts, the BCUC, and try to work on Nelson Next all at the same time. And I'm asking for a bit of patience for us as we go through that, and providing some funding towards having resources for staffing.
So I think, Colin,
Colin,
in a nutshell, I think it's really important that, first of all, there's a lot of work has gone into developing this concept, and our success in the past and going forward will be that we build good programs, we do our homework properly, and we properly support the direction the council wants us to go with Nelson Next. If we leave this Nelson Next program totally reliant on grants, they can dry up at the drop of a hat. And I think let's just cool our heels till we have, we've done our homework, we've put the resources in place to develop this properly so we can roll it out and stand behind it. And that's the kind of success we've had with other projects that we've done to date, is we can always go out to the public and be able to speak to them in confidence. And I think that's where I want to see us with Nelson Next. And I agree with Colin, and I know that, and it's no fault of your own, but council has not been around City Hall much in the last 6 months. You've been doing your job, but have been doing it remotely. But I can tell you, people are just buried in here. Absolutely buried. It's just like almost impossible to get through the day-to-day operations, let alone tackle something new. And if we're going to take on Nelson Next, which council wants us to do, let's get it right. Let's put the right people in place and let's do it properly so we can all go out and be proud of what we're doing, rather than trying to dodge bullets because it's a half-baked program. Does that sound reasonable?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that would lead to my third question, which was,
So,
is that
Councillor
60 and
Blackburn,
120 enough? Yeah.
just to clarify on the budget, so, and Colin, just make sure what I'm saying is correct here. So right now for 2021, that 60,000 is covered in the revenues and that we're earning. So through taxation and everything else, because we'd be balanced without the additional 36,000. So those current fees, taxes, everything that we're doing covers that 60,000. But as you look out to 2022, 2023, as Colin said, there's an error. We could be 60,000 higher in expenditures in 2022. So we're about, 260 short that year, where then that goes to 320, etc. So we haven't figured that out, not just for Nelson Next, but for some other things going forward. I don't know, Colin, do you have anything in tax increases in those future years?
Yes, those do include a 2% tax increase for 2022 to 2025, and also
That's where our problem is going out. We can fund some staffing resource at additional 60,000 this year within the current proposed taxation and fee limits. Going out, we're going to have to figure out how we fund that ongoing. And again, we will, and I don't know, Colin, if you have this reflected in the budget right now, but I would propose that we bring in, that money to do the capital and some of these other projects, as we do have that, surplus COVID money that was created, and then you don't have to amend the financial plan. You just have to approve projects, and we certainly have done that in the past. And again, when Colin says, we're stretched, we are, but that doesn't mean that the EcoSave program isn't ongoing, that we're doing work on the water side, that we're doing a lot that's moving Nelson Next forward on the larger scale. So those things don't, it's not like everything's on hold and we're waiting to come up with a plan. What we're waiting to come up with is, that full plan, as opposed to, we're doing some stuff on active transportation, we're doing some stuff on transit, but we haven't looked at it holistically and said, okay, what are we doing in transportation, and where do we think we can move that on with those actions? So that's what we're working on. So don't take this as everything's on hold and we're not doing anything. I think we're doing some substantial things. Scott had additional money in his Nelson Hydro budget to do more on the EcoSave program, so that's in addition to this as well. So those, we're just going to, like I said, what we'll come back with is saying, here's on transportation, this is where we're moving on active transportation, on transit, on some of these other things holistically, and here's how far we think those actions will take us towards some of those goals there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Any further questions of Reverend Colin? Janice?
Yeah, I noticed you called him Reverend, not priest, so you're not taking him under the Catholic fold, Mayor Dooley. So my question is, I just need to, I hate going back to this, just some clarification. So the patio rental fee elimination, and I think you've got this covered in the budget anyways, Colin, and I appreciate that, is that, so that is not including the lost parking revenue, because I'm assuming from what I read from the chamber and other emails that have arrived in the last 24 hours is that people are again looking to have these larger outdoor patios, as long as they're in compliance with what we asked before, making sure that the retail store next door didn't mind you using their frontage and whatever. And I imagine that we're not just putting them in here for 3 weeks while we have this crazy latest order, but that they will then be there for the whole summer. And so are we seeing the, I mean, you've put in 840 for parking meter revenue, and do you feel that that's the safe number, I guess, or is that actually going to be less as we try to help our businesses in the city continue to deal with the onslaught of COVID issues?
A great great question, Council Morrison. So on the 840, I feel confident, and when I say that, because even as we look over not quite the end of March here, and I compare it against March of last year, the numbers itself, we are trending, especially for January and February, almost and slightly lower than January and February of 2020, which again would have been pre-pandemic. So that was very, that was optimistic. I think that the 840 is a good number, defensible number in allowing the patios and getting up to speed with, the the change that we hopefully are opening up again. Yes, some spaces losses in the downtown, but then that, again, tends to push people into some other areas that maybe aren't as utilized. But I feel confident that the 840 is a conservative number that includes dealing with the pandemic, again, and kind of maybe a loss of activity and tourism, coupled with the loss of spaces from some of the larger patios.
I think the other beauty is that any of that lost revenue, we can use the COVID relief money to make up. So we were at 800. Like we can take all the way up to that 1025 with that COVID relief funding and re-top up those reserves that are losing out because of COVID. So I think we're covered on that side of it too.
So just supplemental to that, so then I would just like to voice my support for using the COVID surplus funds for reducing these patio fees this year, and then that would bring us down to not having the $34,000 deficit, but we would be even. So I don't particularly see changing the tax increase, the lowering of the tax increase, but I'm sure we can have that sort of more global discussion going forward here in the next little bit. And the reason I say that I'm in favor of the 1.75 is that what is concerning to me is when I do look at 2025 and I look at the bottom line and that we're showing a $500,000 deficit. I mean, some of us might not be at the table, but for those that in the future might be, those are going to be some pretty hard discussions. And so I don't think that I think we need to stay the course as much as we can right now. So I support the budget as presented with the 1.75 increase and the utilization of COVID to make it so that we're not showing a deficit.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. And just to reiterate, it's not uncommon for us to have a shortfall in years following. We do focus on trying to get 2021 buttoned up. But going out there, we do know one of the benefits, obviously, is that we did have a bit of an increase going on for the dividend in hydro. Some of the pieces that are missing are, and again, some of these things that council will be facing with very shortly in the next few months, is, we have permissive tax exemptions, right? So we have a lot of building going on, and so these are some, again, you start to see the effects of providing, really, again, we know good groups, but if you give them a break on taxation, well, that puts pressure. So, but what's also not included in my numbers is what's the new construction happening. We, again, I heard earlier, and there's some great conversation, and it absolutely makes sense to me that someone says, you know what, based on plywood going from $36 to 105, you know what, maybe I'm putting my housing off for a year or two. And so we actually may see a dip in new construction and that inflationary pressures, being hard on our community. It's been one of the things, I think, one of the blessings we've had in our community is the ongoing construction. Now, again, we've got some other projects that are pretty large in our community that help with, I think with good jobs, whether it's the $60 million ferry that's going to be built, what's the plan with Mount St. Francis, all these things I think are good for our community. So I'm hoping that keeps our economic vitality ongoing. The just knowing as well that I'm really always impressed with the entrepreneurial spirit of the city, and so I always I don't want people to be doom and gloom about seeing a number of years from now being higher than we would like it to be, understanding that we will work hard as staff and with council to make sure that we have an inflationary type increases for our taxation and find ways to either cut back on certain areas of our budget and also be able to get this number down to something that's, that it will be at zero when we get to that point.
Colin, thank you. Those are very good points, and we know from past experience with municipalities that have hung their hat on development revenues that haven't materialized, that can be a real challenge. And it's really important for us to keep our eye on that particular side of things. We can't build too much on potential revenues on the development side. The other thing too is we're in the midst of quite a rocky road right now, and I think what you're putting forward sort of takes that into account. However, when I look out, I just mentioned to 2025, we have to always be cognizant of that number, and somebody's going to have to deal with that at some point in time. And it's really important that we take bites out of that starting today rather than starting at 2025, because that would be a major hit for taxation. So thanks for pointing that out, Colin. I really appreciate that. Are there any further questions of Colin? Because based on what Councillor Morrison just said, we may be getting down to brass tacks here if there's not. Councillor Page?
Thank you, Mayor. We're probably okay. I think we're still going to have a further discussion for my clarity about the patio stuff in a little bit here.
That's correct. Yeah, Sebastian's working on a resolution for council right now as we speak.
And my only comment would be to just definitely send my gratitude and thanks to staff for all the hard work. I know the flurry of social media and how there is quite a lot of people who feel that they strongly have been well informed on how particular things are operating, and they certainly bring forth that certainty in their communications. And I can appreciate the demoralizing effect that can have. And having been a business owner, running staff on Baker Street, on Vernon Street here for the last year, that sentiment, people are at their last on their last strings for a lot of reasons. Like, there's been a lot of pivoting, there's been a lot of grant writing, there's been a lot of adjustments, a lot of new protocols. It's all very taxing. And so I just want to send our thanks and our gratitude to staff for all the heavy lifting and all the additional pivoting right here in the flurry of it. So again, Father McClure, you always bring forward really salient wisdom, and I appreciate it.
This is where I say Yahoo, my first convert. This is awesome. Right?
Don't forget Chris there as well on the balance of that staff. Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Page. Good work. Are there any further questions here? None? Okay, Colin, what kind of direction do you need? I think you pretty well got it for now. You're bringing this back on the final?
Yeah, so where we're at right now is on the operation side, and I thank you, Council. And again, twofold. One, Councillor Page, is that as much as we know that we're going to use surplus to balance the revenue and expense, we still have that sort of bylaw component. That's what Sebastian's bringing back, because we have to have, like, if we're going to eliminate fees, it has to be in the bylaw. Again, so that's something that Sebastian is supposed to be bringing in, I think, after lunch. So that's, again, when you talk about that, I think more of it's going to be, are you in an agreement of making the bylaw, I think, zero for 2021 for patio fees.
Colin,
so
we're just checking. Sorry, Colin. We're just checking now to see if Sebastian's ready to bring that forward at the moment. He's just working on it.
Okay.
While we're waiting for that, my main component of this is going to be that I think we need to think a little bit more progressively and comprehensively on what kind of benefit or relief we're providing to the businesses in that sector, not simply the ones that are going to benefit from a patio, because they aren't the only hospitality businesses impacted. So yeah, that's where the number's fine for me.
Yeah, and Councillor, you are absolutely correct, right, and I know that Council, yet we are also bound by, and you had some good suggestions there, like what about relief about this and that, and those are some of those things where you would, and again, I'm not disputing, again, this is the tug of war that goes on with sort of the assistance to business, right? Because that's one of the things on the charter. Again, council does have control over some of its bylaws. I mean, you've got a bylaw fee that you're able to eliminate, then that seems to be inside the rules based on our legal opinion that we can do that. But you are correct. Some don't have a patio, or some don't have that. But there really isn't really another mechanism, I think, to support.
Yeah.
So just a minute, Kevin, you're on live there.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, guys.
So, yeah,
Anyway, just
I mean, those are good points, Colin, to bring up. The reality is that some businesses don't have the capacity to put a patio out. And some of them haven't put patios out, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to do so. So we can also work with them on that side. And I think you mentioned, as an example, Amanda's over at, across the bridge would be an example. I mean, there is an opportunity for them to put a patio out if they wished. And there's a number of others in town. So just hang in there for a moment. Sebastian's taken all of that into account, because we did talk this over this morning. And some of the ideas that were put forward by yourself, Councillor Page, and others on the email yesterday, he's going to reflect that in what he's bringing forward to us. And I think Sarah's got an update on when that's ready.
We're just having a review of it right now.
Yeah.
We'll know, Kevin's gonna let us know.
Well, the other thing I just did want to point out and remind again, because this budget goes on for a long time, is that council did give a break, that there was no increase to the sewer and water rates for business. So that's again, that's one of those things that we had some flexibility in rates, and council decided that here's a pressure point that we didn't need to add. I know that was only inflationary, but still, that was that is one of those things that we did try to assist all commercial property. And again, I do appreciate Councillor Page, your desire and want to support any that, not just a one-sided, hey, I happen to have a big patio, I'm good to go kind of thing. I totally respect that.
So
And I
people
think
are,
the other
people are
thing
welcome
is,
to go forward
it's
with ideas.
maybe more around the programming side that we can, and you still have the recovery fund. So I know the chamber and NADP mentioned, for example, maybe rolling out go support your restaurant or tourism thing. So those things are still in play. As Colin said, there's you can't differentiate what the hydro fee is for business A versus business B. So we don't have very many precise tools to provide that benefit, but you have more flexibility on the programming side. So if you want to roll out shop local campaign, all those type of things, point people towards those tourism related businesses. So you'll have way more flexibility on that side of it than on trying to reduce cost side of it.
So Sarah is sending out Sebastian's. Oh, sorry, it's coming from Gabriel. What Sebastian's put together for us to review, and so we can decide to adopt it at that time if we wish. The other thing we need to keep in mind, while this is definitely a challenge, it may only last for 3 weeks, which would be very positive, because that's roughly on the edge of the tourist season sort of starting to pick up a little bit too. So in our conversations this morning, Sebastian's looking at flexibility with bylaw, etc., around people being able to put a table and chairs out as an example, where in the past maybe they couldn't do it. But there's a number of things coming forward from his office that I think will help out. So, Councillor Page.
Yeah, I want to kind of kick the tires on getting the understanding of what we can and cannot do. There's that suggestion there from the chamber to administer more of a grant program, or maybe the beginnings of a suggestion from the chamber to administer more of a grant program. Could we not take the benefit we want to fund and say provide a grant program that the chamber itself would take care of the applications and criteria, maybe put some limits on it, so it's only like upwards of $3,000, and only for benefit or only for expenses that are coming from the city, be it hydro, be it water, be it patio fees. Could they be a go-between in that sense, so that it's offered to any hospitality business?
And especially now that you're speaking publicly about that, act is very specific. It can't be indirect, or if it's indirect through another agency, they see through that. And it's serious for council. You can be disqualified from office for this. This isn't one of those, to play around with. So I was on a forum with Lidstone here a couple weeks ago, and he was very, very specific about that. We're not, BC's different than in Alberta or others jurisdictions, but he was very clear. No indirect support like that. You can't have you can't have another party be the middleman and do what you can't do directly. You could be disqualified from office for that.
Well, there's the answer, right?
There's the answer. And, the other thing we have to keep in mind, we'll do the very best we can to facilitate. We also have to keep in mind that the suppliers, are being hit, whether it's for beer supplies or chicken wings or steaks or whatever the case would be. The ripple down effect is much greater than just the restaurant itself. So I think, Kevin definitely brought some clarity to our role and responsibility. And hopefully we can get through this in 3 weeks. And we'll do whatever we can to try and help where we can within our parameters. We also have, as councillors, we can, get on Facebook and encourage our community to, to do takeout for the next week or so if they possibly can manage it, and do the best we can to support each other, which we've been doing all along. And there's a lot of other businesses out there that are struggling as well at this point. The ripple down effect is going to be huge. So, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, as I always advocate for, I think, that's a great plan A, but we might want to think about a plan B that in 3 weeks it doesn't clear up and we are in a situation of, COVID being fairly widespread. So I think we should think about that a little bit, because I don't want to pin all our hopes on 3 weeks. As we've seen with COVID, it can unfold in very strange ways.
I agree. But I did hear the Premier say yesterday that support funding was in the works for businesses that are going to be impacted, through this decision. So, I'm not very clear, to be honest with you, at this point in time, what is still available to business. Maybe that's something we could check on, so that if we could get that word out, similar to what we did early on in COVID by setting up that office upstairs. We don't have to go to that extreme, but we might want to try and find out. The chamber could probably look into that to see, what's out there currently and exactly what the Premier meant when he talked about support funding that was currently in place. So.
Well, I'll just jump in there. The NEDP is putting out a little bit of an info mailer pretty shortly here that is going to cover what the most up-to-date funding systems are, just to support those proprietors and kind of get an updated. That's work that they're in the middle of executing now.
Excellent. Okay, so I think you have in front of you the email from Gabriel. Everybody, if you open up your mail. I'll give you a moment or two to read through it. So.
Mayor, I was just wondering, do we want to take even 5-10 minutes for them council to read it and go through it, just a little bit of a break, and then I was just thinking we could maybe then finish that discussion off and maybe stop for lunch and then come back at 1 and we can finish off the capital.
Yeah, we could do that. Do you want to just take a break now till 1? Yeah.
If it depends if council wants that half hour. Yeah.
Makes sense.
That sounds fair.
Yep.
Sarah, so we're gonna recess till we come back at 1 o'clock, and we can finish up the budget, and we'll also deal with this request. Okay.
And just so the afternoon here shouldn't take too long, I just want to go over some of the changes in capital, and then just have council be able to look at the reserve balances. And again, some good news that again, the the scary part as the CFO side of things on my brain as a citizen of Canada is that when they start doubling gas tax and the amount of money that is falling out of the pockets for grants and that sort of thing, although positive, and I think I heard Council Lautenberg talk about it. I mean, I think what part of it is also starting to play into some huge inflationary components, right? Where everyone's trying to do something at the same time. But we'll talk about some of those positives and get challenging things that we're seeing from the grant side as well.
Remember, every time you fill up, you're contributing a little bit to that fund there. Fill up.
Well, inflation's great. It just makes all of your boomer money worth less. So use inflation. Shots fired.
All right, so we're taking to recess. Motion to recess,
Right here.
please. Councillor Renwick, Councillor Woodward, all in favor? Thank you. So see you at 1.
Funny.
They're good. It's just the housing inflation problem.
I was looking at a graph of prices of lumber increase, and it sort of goes along, and then it's sort of like some totally ridiculous slope. Oh.
Yeah, no. Do you have any?
I don't think that's inflation. I don't think that's
No,
inflation.
that's hitting a wall somewhere in the system.
That's just completely supply and demand and lack of foresight.
Yeah.
We know that we should be cutting down those old growth forests because one of those trees probably can build a house, and then all we get to do is cut down the little
Do we need you?
Are you gonna call on or?
Maybe you should, just in case. Maybe.
Yeah. You want to send me the link?
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You just did?
No, I did earlier today.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing it.
Interesting.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, they've done a couple of those now. There was another one that I listened to last month.
Well, Keith, you'd be happy to hear that I asked them where the nuclear part of their electrical generation program fits.
Yeah, well, one of those small small modular fleet reactors will come online soon, I'm sure, and there'll be a scramble for them. The cost will come down once there's a few installations worldwide, like once people see what it can do.
Yeah.
We don't have to be the front of the line. We could be the first in the first dozen.
Well, if we can get Bill Gates up here to visit Nelson, he might see us as a pretty close, attractive place to throw one up.
Okay, folks, we're live. So
Like Grand Forks.
Yeah.
can you hear
There you
us
go.
there? Getting the sound okay, everybody? Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, great.
Welcome back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks very much. I need a motion to reconvene the meeting, please. Councillor Renwick and Councillor Page, all in favor? Carried. Thanks very much. Colin, we're going to deal with Sebastian's resolution right now. I don't see Colin. I don't know where the heck he went. And Sebastian's trying frantically to get online here, so in case there's a couple of questions for him. But you've had an opportunity to review his document that he sent out about the fees and charges amendment, hopefully. And as you can see, we can do this all in one reading. There's a piece on there that explains that on the time requirements for a bylaw passage for municipalities, and that's it's under number 12, section 135, the requirements. So we can, in this case, move this forward. So if somebody wants to move the recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4 to get this conversation going, Councillor Renwick and Councillor Woodward, seconder. Okay, so we'll just wait for a moment. Sarah's still trying to get Sebastian rigged up here, so just give us a second. I see Colin there now. Is Sebastian still alive?
Yes, he should have popped on now.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, he's there.
There he is. Yeah, okay. So basically, in light of the new province-wide restrictions, staff is proposing an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw to encourage additional outdoor seating in the downtown core. Council is now requested to pass the first of 3 readings to the fees and charges amendment bylaw. And the recommendations are in front of you. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to read them, so we would do them 1, 2, 3, and 4 individually, right?
First 2 readings.
Yeah.
Third reading and then adoption.
Yeah, so we need a mover and a seconder to start the conversation. Councillor Page, second by Councillor Lochtenberg. All right, Councillor Page, you are the mover. Do you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So obviously, we understand that the hospitality industry is severely impacted by these short-term notices as we try and adjust and stay nimble on our feet going into the spring here and into the long weekend. We had mentioned in the report here, and it was reiterated just now about this being for the benefit of the downtown. But to be clear, this would apply to any restaurant in the city of Nelson, not just within the downtown.
Right.
That's my first question.
That's my understanding. That we'll work with any of the restaurants, food vendors. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm seeing some nodding heads. So yeah, I fully support this. Whatever we can do to get people outside to maintain that vibrancy of the built form in the city here, and to help these proprietors navigate and hold on to what revenue they can during this time. So I fully support it, and I'm sure there'll be some good discussion. Thanks.
Next up to speak, Councillor
Yep.
Lochtenberg. Yep.
Yeah, I support this as well. My big concern with this latest lockdown is that it does form a tipping point for a few restaurants, and if they can make it through with an extra 4,000, so it's, from my understanding, for some restaurants, it's the margins are that tight between living and dying. So even this, if it helps them get over that hump, I think we have to do it. The cost in the future of trying to recover is too much for some of them. So definitely support it.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Renwick.
I'll just jump in quickly. I think that this has been on everybody's radar since we probably spoke about this with the winter patios, and I think that in light of yesterday's announcement, specifically the restaurant industry has been hit hard again, and we need to do what we can do to help them out. It was a success last summer. I can see it being well received again this summer, and of course, thanks to CFO McClure, he's worked his magic in the budget and foreseen something like this coming. So yes, I say in favor.
Thank you. All right, so we have up number 1, that council passed this first and second reading of the fees and charges amendment bylaw, and that's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Oh, sorry, hold on. Councillor Woodward, did you have a question before we, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to interject about safety and liabilities. We did this last summer, and I was wondering if anything came up. Maybe Sebastian can answer that about any concerns with the extended patios and safety concerns.
Well, initially when a few of them went up, just because they were new and people I think weren't used to seeing them, I think many people said this is a big safety concern. But as far as I know, I haven't been informed of any near collisions with patios, so it's been received positively. So yeah, I'm not aware of any issues.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Councillor Page?
Sorry, humor me for a second here. There was some discussion around that now that my memory's been jogged about pedestrian space provided on the sidewalks. I think there was a little bit of a bleed over onto some of them and some narrow spots. Are we at least going to be able to address that at the build out stage this year? And is there opportunity to protect that space? I'm thinking out on Baker and Ward there were some tight spots that we might want to keep an eye on when they go up this year.
Yeah, they on Baker, the bylaw stipulates that you need to maintain 2 meters. And so I've been out with the measuring tape and we're making sure that the 2 meters maintained. And I think some of the issues last year were, you know, people stopping at the patios to talk with people sitting, and we're constantly working with the patio owners to address some of those issues. So some signs came up and some education with their staff to make sure that they keep people moving along. Yeah, everyone's really willing to work together to make this a success.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor of number 1? Carried, thank you. Number 2, the council passed the third reading of a fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3523/2021.
I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Morrison,
Moved.
second by Councillor Renwick. All in favor? Thank you. And the council finally adopt the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3523/2021 pursuant to the powers granted to council by ministerial order number M192. Councillor Renwick, Councillor Woodward, all in favor? Thank you very much. And number 4, the council directs staff to monitor the provincial restrictions after the 19th of April 2021 and provide an update to council to see if further intervention is required. All in favor? Oh, sorry, mover and seconder, Councillor Page and Councillor Woodward. All in favor? Thanks very much. Good work. Thanks, Councillor. Really appreciate that. Colin, you're back in the saddle again.
Okay, Council. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk us through the changes to the operating capital plan here. And so I'm going to pull that up on my screen here. I don't think I've got Benny and the Jets on anymore. So
That joke's gonna stick around. I just know it. It'll be the Collins van and Benny and the Jets. We'll be hearing about this in 2 years.
Need background.
Time at the seminary.
well, I don't know.
Too, yeah.
I don't know. When Councillor Renwick's saying I'm using magic, I'll get kicked out of the seminary for that.
With that bald head, definitely a Buddhist monk.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to get it up here. Why is it not helping me? Okay. Share. Okay. Oh my goodness. So we need an interlude or something like that. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we're good?
Thank you, Colin.
We're good.
Okay. Okay. So as indicated in my email, when I sent these documents out last night, I wasn't planning on going over things that didn't have a yellow change. So again, if we've made a change, we have highlighted it yellow. So I was just going on it. So forgive me, don't get nauseated from the scrolling, but okay. So you see the first item that shows up here is the police department. So with Chief Fisher coming in, he had said that his staff had come and they had noted something that had either, again, I'm thinking just in the transition there and back from November's preliminary budget that they hadn't talked about, or that we had talked more operating at that time versus some capital. And we had before the fingerprint and palm scanner and some of the cell cameras were already in the budget, but what has come forward is a request about $20,000 worth for scopes and sights for these long guns that they were able to get. Now they got the guns from basically, I don't want to say for free. And again, I hear Councillor Renwick's in the background, but apparently they do shoot bullets. So which I think is the important part. But they did not come with scopes, and I think that interestingly enough, part of this sort of stemmed out of the incident that we are reading about in the paper, and where the fellow was recently charged, I want to say up Argenta way, and I could be wrong, Meadow Creek, Argenta, that was shooting at police. And even in some of the assistant things, these scopes themselves, yes, good for daytime, but apparently also can be used at night. And again, some of these recommendations that come from the police department saying, yep, I know it sounds odd, but when they were trying to deal with this individual up in that area, now again, this was RCMP, but we do have integrated units, that they had no ability to be able to use or defend themselves because they did not have these types of scopes that can deal with both daytime and nighttime. So they've asked or put forward a request for $20,000 to be able to outfit the all the long guns they have in the vehicles, and actually, I think there's a whole armory of them. I want to say 16. I could be off slightly, but anyway, that was one of the requests that came forward from Officer Fisher, and so I put it in the budget.
Can I ask a question about that?
Certainly.
Well, given that I don't think we've ever had an incident of needing snipers in our history, potentially, and sure there's a chance going forward, do we need 16 sniper rifles, which is effectively what we're talking about here? Could you not get away with having like 2 or 3 or 4? Like, why would you arm them all?
Great question. I'm not an expert in this by any means, Counselor. And again here, let me just go back to the note that I have here from Fisher here. Again, I may have misspoken on how many. Apparently, the request here, finding it right off the bat.
I've got to imagine you've got these kitted in the vehicles. So that everyone has the same thing, and you don't know who's going to be where, when, and when I hear long gun, I don't hear sniper.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly. It's not a long gun. Of course, I can't find it when you ask me a great question, Counselor. The memo from the police department.
Colin, can we come back to that?
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
Then, Chief Fisher, a quick note. I think the other thing just to keep in mind is, police boards, let alone councils, aren't supposed to necessarily get into the operational side of the police department. So, I know it is a capital expenditure that we must fund through city taxation or budgets, but I think you have to have some belief that the operational side of policing, they're not. And I certainly haven't seen it over the years that they gold plate anything. In fact, they tend to be the opposite, and that's why we ended up with these rifles without the proper scopes on them in the first place, because Chief Burkhart managed to wheel a deal with the RCMP to get these at least a very favorable price.
Yeah. So just I did find the memo, so thank you for interlude there, CAO Cormac. So they do talk about 16 carbines. So again, cyber rifles. And so the two things that they need is the tritium backup sights and then the scopes. And it is sort of as Councillor Page talked about, I think, outfitting of each gun so that they are all the same in that sense. So again, great questions, and I don't like sort of dropping these things in here. We don't have too many usual capital requests as far as firearms and those sorts of things that come in here. And anyway, we could certainly discuss it further. And if council wants more information, I can try to get that. But this was one of those, I think, issues that got raised for Chief Fisher. And so we were trying to bring that forward for him.
And Colin, you said this is funded from the surplus that you had brought forward as well?
This one is not. This would be, again, yeah, that would be in their operating budget that they have those funds for outfitting the reserve, which, yeah, this would again would be one that usually the places like fire and police that don't have really a revenue generating place, that they do work hard on getting grants, and they've obviously been hit a bit here with the Keep a Prisoner program decreasing in some of their entrepreneurial spirit, but not that it's supposed to be entrepreneurial, keep a prisoner, but that it's helped us out with, the escalating costs in policing and some of that that work where they've got the ability to have efficiencies and to have some money from some of these programs. So this one is, again, drawn off of the water license reserve. Okay, the number here really on 2021 was more of just math. If you look at column AS and the projected actuals, you'll see that the project was $122,000. We had spent $59,000. 62 is remaining, so that number just got slotted into 2021. I'm not sure exactly, can't remember what number we had in there before, but that's just an accuracy update for that particular project.
A little bit less. You had 69,000 there before.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate someone's on top of this. And I don't, the one thing too, I just wanted to speak about is this radio frequency identification. Again, for the library, and I know that Counselor Page, he may have had a say in this, but I guess this system sort of frees up librarians' time instead of having to take the books themselves to go, and hand them through. This new particular software or however it works will actually do it in a sense by having a stack of books there. It either reads them and deals with that. I don't know, Councillor Page, if you've got a better better description than what I have, but I also know that the chief librarian was able to get some grant funding towards this, so I thought that was also really fantastic.
No, it really should just help keep down the labor and just tighten up some of those processes. So I think it's going to be a good investment.
Yeah. And COVID related, if they're not having to touch them, I think it's one of those things as well. Okay. So council may or may not remember one of the last meetings that the CEO had commented that we appear to be missing a expense related to the Selkirk RDI COVID rapid response program that we had signed on with them back when we were in full force of the initial stages of the pandemic. Anyway, we since were able to get back with Selkirk College, talk to them. There is a plan and a process, and so they did bill us, but it's all going to be in 2021. So again, this was a commitment that was made, and there is ongoing results to come from this RDI program and a report that will come to council. But anyway, just wanting to, that's why that here is in here as a change from the previous time that we had met, and that's what that program relates to. I don't know if anyone has any questions on that particular.
Maybe I'll just provide a little bit more of an update. So so this is where they are able to leverage this funding to get students to support those businesses that don't have the capacity to get themselves online. So they've done a fair amount of work of getting people on the Small Business BC website, you know, the gift certificates and balusters to a certain extent. So we've incurred about $22,000 to date, and this will extend it to the end of the year. Again, with the same student support. There is a out clause if we don't feel that we're getting enough value out of this going forward. So Andrea's, you know, working closely with the college now to make sure that, you know, we're actually getting value for this and getting our businesses online. I know they put a bunch more on Small Business BC, and the strategy was once, you know, we had you know, enough businesses there, then the NADP chamber, Nelson, you know, tourism, etc., would really start to promote that page as your landing page, and where you figure out what's going on, where you shop, where you transact here in Nelson. So that's kind of where that's at. And this was that money that, you know, that 25%, I think that came from the parking meter revenue that were put into this fund. So this was the major one, and like I said, we're have expended about 50% of the funds, and we'll definitely make sure that we don't think there's, you know, that our businesses are you know, the uptake is where it needs to be, because it seems to be a bit of a two-way street. It's both Selkirk making sure that they're reaching out to these businesses and supporting these businesses, but the businesses also have to, you know, come to the table and take advantage of it.
Councillor Page?
On this one specifically, the intake funnel was originally DER3. We had kind of that as a point of contact down at CAS to be like, to get a referral through. And I think there's some ask to maybe continue on some of that program, but are we still clear that the funnel, the coordination and lead generation coming off of programs like that is out to the community? Because I don't know if we're necessarily, or we relying on the business advisor program or community futures to do those referrals. Like, I think the business community doesn't necessarily know this program exists separate of DER3, and if DER3 isn't around, then I don't know if we'll have people still moving towards this program unless there's active referraling going on.
Yeah, I know that was, so again, this started before DER3, and the business based advisor was supposed to be the key referral network. If you came in and they assessed you and said, you know, here's some things where you can improve, and hey, we have some resources that can actually help you do this. So that's still in place. They're also, they've identified in sort of updating this approach that they would have some more sort of marketing themselves in this to be able to reach directly out to businesses and let them know what the program is and how they've supported other businesses. So that's built in. And the other thing they've added is actually project management on the Selkirk side as well, to make sure this is, you know, being managed, you know, more than by just the person delivering the program. So they're really trying to make sure that the value's there.
Any further questions on that subject? Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Colin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay. Here, just after talking with NADAS and the grant that they were successful in getting, and making sure that we had all of the other funding stakeholders, because there's certainly some down at the airport, not only those that are businesses, but those that are owning the hangars were involved. So we were just trying to make sure that all our revenue numbers were correct. We know that we received, and you saw that also in the paper. Nelson has been quite successful on the capital side of the BCAP, where the runway or the apron and approach pavement work and drainage issues, and then the self closing, I guess, fence, which I think that they find really important for safety because there's too many keys out there, but that will change now with a code for a fenced opening that's going to be automated. So they were successful in getting that grant. Now the city itself had committed about $13,000, and they also got the original funding from those groups in there, so 37,000. So you'll see that under line basically 714 and 716, where you've got the BCAP and the other stakeholders down at the airport helping to assist the funding of the 212, which is line 701, row 701, the project that they were successful on getting, I think, two of the three projects, and obviously the majority of what they had originally asked for. So that's very exciting that they were able to again get these funds and again improve safety of our airport. So if I keep rolling down again, any question? Mayor, I know that you can't see anybody either, but I'm hoping that someone, if they have a question, they'll just tap in. Yeah. So when we got to the vehicles, a couple things have happened here, and again, won't be any surprise to council, especially if you're listening to the news and supply chain challenges. The one vehicle, the hydro line replacement truck, we have ordered it, but they have been very clear that it is a minimum of 18 to 20 months away, I think. And so that's where you'll notice that we're a bit lower in the budget for 2021 as we had anticipated, and that in 2022 you'll see we've got a pretty big lift, but that's because even on ordering these vehicles, even with regular time to get some of these heavier, whether it's a fire truck or these line trucks, we always knew there was a chassis and then you got to get the body on, and that takes time. But certainly it's been exacerbated with COVID, and then again, just that overall supply chain that we've been struggling with as country or globally actually. So that's one of those things that's been kicking over some of these purchases into 2022. Again, that we've committed to buying them. That is it's just a case of, yes, we have ordered it, and in line with what we expected in 2021, it's just not going to show up here until at least 2022. The other small item that came to light was a $22,000 cargo van. Now you may see these, sometimes you'll see some of the IT companies driving around with them where they kind of have a bit of a car front of them, but more of a cargo back. And so what has happened is the IT vehicle that they've been using is absolutely end of life and it's unsafe. So we're eliminating that from the pool. But in combination with this particular vehicle it'll be used for IT, again, for them taking the servers and other equipment around to the different locations that they need to go and work from other than outside of this building. But the other thing that this vehicle will be available for is the markets for the U Center to be able to deal with the moving of tables and all the different items that they need to get the market successful. So it's a new ask, and we've gone and we're looking for a used vehicle along that line. So again, I don't know if council has any questions on that particular purchase.
I was waiting for Councillor Renwick to say I have one. Councillor Page and then Councillor Lochnaberg.
Yeah, I could see that being really useful. It's really important those guys can at least kit something so that they're ready to go and they have everything they need when they're moving around. That should help with efficiency. I know from firsthand experience, this is a class of vehicle that I feel has to have an electric component, and I hear the budget team going on here and the looking for value, and I'm just wondering what is the cost of something like this in an electric version, because at least now we're in the class of vehicles that these are even options on the market.
We did not follow that because we were again trying to find something of minimal cost, and again the vehicle that they I think had scoped out was a used vehicle. So not lost on me, Councillor Page, but I think that the idea was a new item being added in here, again, I can certainly ask that question though.
Thank you. Councillor Luxembourg.
Yeah, I was going to have the same question as Councillor Page. There are used electric vehicles, obviously. How can you buy? You can buy from the U.S. That's cool. You can do that. And what about? I'm assuming so. That was a question. But then follow up that, is this an opportunity to maybe be a little bit creative and try one of those micro mobility options as well? You know, the smaller golf carty style.
Well, again, I feel the one thing, councillors, I sort of rely on the expertise of our garage and fleet manager, and I know that if the idea is to get an answer on, is there an electric version of this model or a vehicle of this type, that's something that we could certainly get him to look into. I don't know about the micro mobility question myself.
Yeah, I think on that one, we'd have to make that change to allow them on your streets. And I don't know if Ginger shared with you, she did do a thought exchange on that, and there seems to be it was one of our most responded to thought exchanges. I don't have the details of it, but she said there is quite a bit of concern on reducing our speed limit to 30K. There might be more support if it was limited roads or only certain roads. It seems to be the feedback, but
Colin, I just got your email up on the share screen. I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Oh, okay.
And just I've tracked the thought exchange, Kevin. That's all fair and good. I just, what the question is there a micro mobility option? I don't think we need to have the speed limit change to allow something that goes 32 on the streets. That's not the limit. That's not the constraint. I could be of course wrong. It's just the two are not the same, I think, in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was, well, we can check into that, but that was my understanding, is that you couldn't allow those on your streets until you made that change, but we can check that one out.
So why don't we leave it so that Colin, if you can find an electric van for 22 grand, buy it.
Yeah, well, Councillor Lautenberg says there's some used ones. I don't know if that means that the battery's not working any good.
Battery's dead? No.
Replace the battery's dead. So.
Well, keep in mind with this style, your options are way wide open because you don't need range in the same way that you would before. You're charging pretty regularly, so it opens up some used options.
Yeah, great point. Yeah. I will do that. I was just didn't realize I was sending an email to the fleet manager to see if I could get an answer back sooner than later. It appears that he's away until the 6th, so hopefully I'll have an answer for this discussion for next week. Okay. Anyway, I'll move on. So parks is a place that that has the majority of the changes, and part of it is kind of a look at what the maximum amount of grant that we would get for under line 866 and 868, the maximum grant that would be available to us for from the province for those two particular projects. So we feel that we have numbers in here now that have a bit of a top up with some community works fund, but also water license funds, but also the hoped grant from the province. So again, overall, I think that we were at $1 million, and right now we're at 850, and we think that we can do quite well with those funding sources. So I wanted council to be aware of that. I did sort of quickly gloss over, and again, hopefully I don't put my foot in my mouth here. On line 839, you'll see the 162. This is the project that relates to the Rotary leading. Now they've been very successful up at the Rosemont Park to put in that new playground. And on top of that, they want to finish that off with a slide. And then there's also some picnic benches, a paving of a bit of a loop there. Idea here is to not only for those parents that would be using strollers, but also for those that are coming out of Jubilee Manor in that area that would be able to enjoy the park. They want to put in some tables and some shade areas so that people could go out and enjoy our park. So again, they have been successful with CBT. Now, hopefully that's been announced. If not, please forgive me, CBT, but they have been successful in getting some grant funding there. And of course, there was a city commitment to that. And then they've also got some other funding entities that are going to assist in doing this kind of I want to say a finishing off in a lot of ways of what they started up there with the playground and making that a bit more all age friendly in that location. Okay, so line 8A2. So we had looked at this before, and some really positive things. Council last year had committed community gas funds, $50,000 worth to the NDCC arena lighting upgrade. Now, you'll notice you're like, well, Colin, I only see 12,000 in there, and part of that is because they were successful from Fortis providing a significant grant towards that upgrade. So that really took some of the cost or the coverage of the cost of that upgrade. They have a little bit to do to finish on that, but what they had asked at the NDCC was, hey, we've already committed this money. We have a couple other efficiencies and lighting projects. Could we please carry that forward? And I feel that the Rec Commission was comfortable with we'd already committed this amount, and they had done so well with Fortis, and they are looking for another Fortis grant, but they are wanting to do an upgrade in the pool. And again, it was one of those fascinating ones when you're sitting in a meeting going, boy, I don't know why it would have taken so long for someone to figure out there's a better light to be able to be put in at the pool. One of the reasons that someone had smashed one and then glass that ended up in the pool, so that is never a good thing. But they're looking at a new light operation, and they've said, hey, if you had the 50,000, yes, we used 12 this year, but could we share the rest over the next couple of years? And so that's where you're seeing some requests for gas tax funding to be carried forward for 21 and into 22 based on some of the projects they want to do. So those are just a couple of highlights. I think that we had expected to, when we first talked about this, had most of that been expected to be spent in 2020 for the project. But again, because of that great grant, they don't need as much from us. The next line is another granting opportunity that came up, and this one in discussion with the arts community and development services had to do with the opportunity with this grant to upgrade Lakeside Park pathway and put some art into Lakeside Park. So the application has been put in. There's about $150,000 worth of paving, which would do paving and drainage work for basically I guess where the concrete ends by the rowing club kind of building, all the way down to the corner of Save-On. The city does not own the section between Save-On, so that's where it would stop. But it would also be the fingers down to the location where Tyler Lake is there, to where the loop is if you're taking your kids for soccer Saturday, and then the other section that goes down to the tramway. So that whole area would get paved. There certainly was a real positive response, not only from the art community, but others, in just about making that space available. Even Public Works was like, this is significantly, would help us significantly just on trying to keep it operational, in that they do know that it gets wet and mucky at times, and they tend to have to get out there and try to fill the wet areas. This would also allow, once it was done, to have it plowed with the sidewalk plow and some sand. So again, as we have more people outside and enjoying things even in the wintertime, this should make it passable and safer going in the future. Now, this is one that I would be interested to know because we did get some additional gas tax. So we'll talk about that. They doubled it in 2021. But even if we were unsuccessful on this particular grant, whether or not council, and we would probably bring that back, but we may be thinking about using gas tax to be able to fund the $150,000 worth of paving. The rest of the 90,000 is art, and it has to do with doing some wraps around the buildings there, so you kind of almost have some mural type locations.
Colin,
Okay.
it's probably a good option for that project to look at the gas tax. should these.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it would qualify. And again, we would come back with an amendment. I just wanted to put
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
put that in council's mind. So the next one is the city pier. So we've had some conversations with the Matt Stanley, who is the architect on this. We have also had our director Innes reach out to um, Selkirk College. We have come to a place where basically option D, and when I say that means that if you recall back to when it was reported to you, this would be at this stage the $2.5 million that's remaining on this project to be successful would have one canopy at the end of the dock. It would not have the larger canopy at this point, but when doing this particular project, they would put in this concrete so that when we were ready to phase in and put the second canopy in, that that space would be available. It would just be having to pull up a couple of boards, and the foundation for that canopy would already be there. Now, this includes the Ladybird, and the as we look through what would happen here, right now we've been a bit challenged with the response from the government. They were kind enough to give us the $1 million, and that was one of the challenges I think that council faced on, what are we going to do about this pier? What if we don't get the grant? So we know that we got the $1 million for the grant, which does include, again, a portion for the Ladybird. We have the $500,000 from CBT, so we have 1.5 of the 2.5. So there's $1 million that needs to be committed to get this project completed. And in the same way, there has been some cost pressures. And again, we don't know how this will all get rolled out, but as far as tendering it, we're flexible on knowing that we've got sections that we will, that we want to get done basically on option D, but we will have to look at what the response is from doing the tendering documents. Now, goal here is that we have been in process for about 6 months on trying to get the environmental clearance, and we have been able to get the provincial side, but they also the last little while asked or told us that we needed to contact the federals for navigatable waterways, and so we have now contacted them, and we are hoping for a fast turnaround. But the likelihood is that the earliest possible time that we could dismantle the pier is late summer. Likelihood of this is going to happen in the fall. And so again, the hope is that if you're in the late fall, that you would be able to get the piles removed, get the new piles in, be able to get the decking and the docks, the lower portion docks, to be able to go down, and that would be the hopefully the pieces that we would finish by the end of 2021 if we get environmental approval. And so those are some of the questions that we're dealing with. And one thing that, because we know that we've had some questions, and certainly in dealing with the fire chief and the design, the current design is meant for non-motorized vehicles only. However, it is understandable that someone may have a motorized boat and may pull up to one of the lower docks, and we wouldn't be able to stop people. So under the direction of trying to make things safe and secure, we do have some additional smaller items, but fire extinguishers. There was always a standpipe going into this for fire control. But the other piece that they're going to have to build in is where the docks that come down to the water, that we would put basically buoys or lines from there to the shore, so that fuel-powered boats could not sort of go underneath the pier and dock, because it is not built for the fire suppression features are not at a place where they would be able to do that, so that we would eliminate any sort of ongoing docking underneath of the pier. I don't know if anyone has any questions on that at this point in time.
Colin, I've got
Just
one.
on
Did we not have, so you have 1.5 million roughly in grants.
That's correct.
But did we not have a contingency that we were requiring for, let's say we were to do nothing tomorrow on this proposed project, did we not have $500,000 we were thinking it was going to take to upgrade the existing just to get it up to some kind of standard?
Yeah, I think it'd be easy that amount, even if you wanted to demolish it and remove it totally. So, and that was really at the beginning, the genesis of the whole thing, that we're actually looking for a home for the ladybird. It was sort of thought maybe this would be a good place to get it on the waterfront, and then our staff came forward and said, this is that end of life. We need to, replace all the decking, railings, et cetera, and then later we found out the pilings are starting to get end of life as well. So that's why we actually started to go try to find grants for that. And I think we are probably ended up in the same ultimate cost to the city, but obviously getting a substantially improved product from just replacing what's existing.
So Colin, then on that note, if you don't mind, just on that note, then your numbers should actually be you're short 500,000.
Well, I've got 1.6 and 900, so we're at 2.5 between on line 884 for the cost of the city pier, and
Right.
that is in line with what.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So
what I'm trying to say to you here is you had $1.5 million in grants, and we
Correct.
were looking at least 500,000 to do something with it, whether it's tear it down, repair it, whatever. We were looking at least $500,000 on top of that. So that, just for talk's sake, let's call that 2 million. So then you're short $500,000. Is that right?
Yeah, the premium to get this enhanced amenity versus what we have now would be about that. That's probably a good way of looking at it.
Okay, thank you. I see two hands up. I don't think there's any more, but I'm seeing two from Councillor Luxembourg and Councillor Page next.
Yeah, thanks for that, John, for that context setting there. On the additional 500,000, Kevin, can you explain again how much the Ladybird is going to or is giving us in terms of that grant? I don't want us to end up in a scenario where it's just kind of a wash, and because my second question is, what about the ongoing operational costs to maintaining the Ladybird in this sort of museum quality structure? Like that's gotta be fairly significant, I would think.
Well, I would say the $1 million we got, the Ladybird, was the key to getting that $1 million. Certainly we put in the full budget of what the projected cost to do that, and I was on a call with Matthew yesterday, and emphasized again this design cannot come in over what we projected. So Colin, was it 2/3 or of that? Can't remember what that matching on that grant was, but we wouldn't have got that $1 million without the Ladybird.
And the Ladybird to build that, it's 500,000, or like what did that in the end get us?
It's about 4.25, I believe.
400,000.
Yeah. And like I said, Matthew has the strong direction that it has to come in at that or under. So there's no you must spend 425 with $1 million on the Ladybird. That's what we put in as the project budget, but my hope is we can still come under that on the Ladybird, and we're still looking for, I know the mayor's met with the Lions Club, we're still out there actively trying to see if we can get some additional funding from others towards the project as a whole, but specifically I think the Ladybird is the piece. And I think the other thing that you need to remember about that, as far as I understand it, it can come in and out of that structure. So other things could be displayed in that structure. It wouldn't have to be just the Ladybird. You could certainly put other, I know people talked about some of the surgeon nose canoes and things like that. So I think you can do an exhibit with other pieces than just the Ladybird. It certainly is built at that size to accommodate that larger piece, but you know, I think it's flexible in terms of being able to come in and out of that structure.
So Kevin, on that, what is the cost to maintain it and over its life, whatever that is?
You know, I think that obviously there's some operational, you know, there's a ventilation system that's running, so it needs electricity, and then obviously anything that you build will ultimately need to be replaced at some stage. The life of, you know, probably the HVAC system is, you know, I think on a building, we're 20, 25 years on a building. So if you amortized whatever that HVAC system over that period of time, I don't recall the specifics of how much that is of the estimated cost of the thing. I think the structure was you know, the majority of the cost. But like I said, you're really talking about the ventilation system and providing power to it to run that system. You know, we don't have that level of detail.
Councillor Page.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, Rick, were you okay?
Yeah, just the follow-up would only be, you know, is that coming? Will we see that at some point? And
I guess we can. They're in detailed design, so you know, that's when you start to spec exactly what the HVAC system is versus you know, that schematic where you're saying it needs an HVAC system that does X. I'll reach out to Matthew and ask him if they have any estimate of what that, you know, what the cost of running that type of system is.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've got two questions. I'll start with the quick one. Colin, can you remind us what the city contribution is? It's just not expressed here.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Of that millions of dollars that will be going into this, what is the city putting in again?
Yeah. So again, the total project over 2 years where we currently have it is $2.5 million. With $1.5 million in grant, that's $1 million from the CRIP and $500,000 from CBT. So therefore, the city would be responsible for $1 million.
Okay. And the second question there is, I know we're going through the design phase, but I want to really advocate for looking for a place for boat parking. I know there were ideas that shouldn't be an allowable use, but when we're thinking about our rural residents that come across the lake there or recreate on the lake and having a place to park down there, maybe I'm assuming there's parking meters that can be done for docks like that and maybe a little bit of revenue recovery, but yeah, a few slips, I think, for public parking of their vehicles, especially given that the Ladybird would have been on the lake there and parked at that pier back in the day. Anything we can do to create some space for that?
Yeah, it's certainly the feedback that we received is that through the fire chief that if there was to be a fuel mooring parking, motorized boats, yeah, then we've got a huge cost change design for fire mitigation.
It'd be a concrete pier, not a wooden pier. That's basically what we're told.
So that's and that's the new standards, I guess, with what's happened with either some of the previous peers. So again, I know that they are a vocal group, and I looked at different options of maybe trying to figure out their own docking on our side of on the city side of the lake. But I do reiterate that there is opportunities for parking, and again for moorage over at the Prestige, and again they also could approach the boathouse group there, and there might be an opportunity for docking on their particular property if that was some of the longer term. We know that some already have parking for their boats at the Prestige and or at the boathouse. So it always concerns me a bit when someone has made a decision to be over on a boat access part of a location to have a place to stay, whether it's for fun cabin or for their ongoing, and have an expectation of the taxpayers of the city to kind of build them a boat slip. That's a bit concerning for me, and I'm not sure. Maybe I guess fair would not be. Maybe it would be an appropriate word for me to say. I don't know if it's fair for us to create spaces for people that make decisions.
So just to let you know, we do have a meeting scheduled. I think maybe it's next week with the group and Tom Newell and Sebastian and I to talk about that. I know some of the things they've floated out there. You know, as you can see from us just trying to get an environmental permit to do the work on an existing facility is a substantial hurdle. So I don't know what the short-term answers. I've been, you know, I go down there fairly often. I notice 4 or 5 boats on there on a regular basis every sort of lunch hour if I take a walk down there. So they, you know, some of the proposal, one of them, one down at the current transfer station. You know, I think if people look out in the lake right now, and that's all a big mud flats from the, I think they used to call it the CP mud flats. You can see the water depth there isn't, I don't think would be sufficient. You'd have to be way out in the lake to make something work. So we are meeting with them. We'll talk about potential options. There's an option, and maybe the most viable option is actually the old ferry dock landing on the other side of the lake where you could get to, and there seems to be enough depth and water and etc. But we're just starting those discussions, and I don't know where. I'd have to check where the transit stop is there, but then there might be a viable drop your boat off and take transit from that side of the lake. Certainly there's parking over there, but there's not, you know, as everyone knows, parking here is definitely a premium.
One question I do have, and again, I know this may sound ludicrous to some, although I do know that the sailboats seem to have their pins, and then someone wants to have a sailboat, then they row out to their boat, and they get on their boat, and then they row back. And I know that may not be practical because you're driving your motorized vehicle and you want to park it right beside the dock and walk off and then walk back. But I don't know how different that is for parking if you're going to be staying long term, and especially with thinking about maybe someone would say it's impractical, and yet I would say, well, I guess it'd be impractical for someone that's living or dealing with their sailboat to have to do that, but yet that's what they do. It's sort of, that's the norm, that's the expected thing to do. So I don't know if that's even an option, to drop a pin, have your boat there, and leave a rowboat on the other side. So
I'm just confused by that, because in my mind it's a much different thing. It's more parking, it's more mooring for the day, it's more coming over and grabbing your groceries and doing some shopping and going back. So to me, a meter down on the dock makes more sense to really, and I don't know if those products have to exist out there, but I'm not seeing someone parking overnight. I'm saying,
yeah,
it's anytime you have a motorized vehicle parked for any time, like and you know, Matthew just said the fire code right now around docks, and you know, you had that one, was it in New West or wherever, where
White Rock,
that whole pier,
New West and White Rock, yeah.
where that whole pier burnt down. So the code is very high right now in fire code. So we basically, what he told us was you would need a concrete pier to.
Did we not have a conversation at one point, Kevin, about non-motorized vehicles along there anyway?
Yeah, that's what it was designed for. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only supposed to be, even there, it's supposed to be at a level where you get in your kayak or your paddleboard or your canoe. It's not meant for people having their power boats up against it. And again, the other challenge, of course, even if thinking about having a metering and then enforcement and stuff like that, it's just, I'm challenged with that. I think people are just going to have to find, and I think people are resourceful if we make them, if it's a situation where, we've talked about even internally here where we're making it difficult for the vehicle. We want people on electric bikes or, other ways of transporting around. I just don't understand where groups that have made a decision to be on a place where it's boat access and yet don't want to find a proper moorage, like I say at the Prestige, and have to pay. I get no one wants to pay, but I know that lots of people down here say, I call and I don't like paying for parking and bringing my car down. And I know that this council would say, well, that's fine, get an electric bike, right? Like find a solution.
And we are meeting with them shortly here. So, yeah, just from this project, it just doesn't, from what we heard from Matthew yesterday and what he's worked, or he's made a sort of a bit of a workaround, recognizing that we can't be down there at all times to prevent someone from tying up. You know, that he's made a workaround to deal with that situation, but we can't design that in. That's basically the message we got.
So Kevin, am I hearing now that even under the current conditions, there shouldn't be motorized watercraft underneath there currently?
Correct. Correct.
Absolutely.
And
so what steps are we taking to address that then?
Well, we've had signage posted. We've told people in the past. It's, you know, we've had people that just abandon boats under there, so it's been a real problem, and that's really what the mitigation piece that Colin was mentioned was, you know, they're going to, you know, basically put up a barrier that you can't, you know, obviously the perimeter has that lower dock, so you can't get under the dock, and then the other piece closer to the shore that doesn't have that, they'll put a barrier up that, you know, you can drive over top of it with your motorboat if you choose, but at least it shows there's a barrier that you can't drive under that dock with your boat. And, you know, Matthew said he's been able to get the fire chief to sign off on that piece of it, but anything more, you can't design that in, or you'd, like I said, you'd be looking at a totally different dock in today's world, unfortunately.
Thanks. Thank
But
you.
I think, you know, the period of time, like it's from, you know, basically the beginning of May till, you know, the end of summer, September is, you know, probably about 6 months, 5 months that you can't, you know, get moorage at the Prestige at the present time, but the rest of the year you certainly can.
Thank you. Any further
But
questions?
like I said, we'll have a chat with them.
Sorry, Kevin, we didn't hear you.
I'd say we are going to meet with them, and
Okay.
you know, we'll work with them on practical solutions. This is not one of them.
Okay, thanks very much. Good. Let us know how that goes. All right, Colin, onward and upward.
Okay, the next change here, just on the actual project, was the transit exchange, and that got, again, I think after our discussion with transit and the fact that we will be bringing a report to council on April 13th, goal being to get direction from council as to whether they want to move forward with getting the business case done by BC Transit and applying for the 80% grant of the transit exchange. And with all of that being said, and the discussions with BC Transit is that we would not find out on the results of that until probably middle to late fall, and unlikely at that stage to actually engage on getting the project done. So it would be more of a spring of 2022 project. So I moved that over into 2022. And as we move down into the parks funding,
now hang
all
on,
the cap.
Colin, just to be clear, because there's I mean, people want to know about the budget, but there's a lot of people want to know about the transit exchange. So just to be clear, 1.9 million, it's 80% of that will be funded by BC Transit.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, or it's a partnership with the feds and the province, but that's the that it would be, yes, 80%.
Okay, thank you very much.
So again, moving that over into 2022, and so the cascading effects just down below on the water, on the parks funding, is just more again moving over into 2022, the PTIP grant for the transit exchange, again the borrowing for the transit exchange through the AOA, so they would, you know, have us pay that off over 10 years or so. Again, updating line 934 for the amount of donations that Rotary is expecting to be able to get to do their great work up at the Rotary at the Rosemont Park. And then again, just again, that splitting out of the Community Works Fund for the NDCC in line 932. So I have two other major things, not major things, but one to point out. Oh,
Just to point out on that budget, so of the 3.4 million, 600's from the city. So the balance 2.8 is coming from grants.
that is correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
on the
that's
park side.
pretty good leverage that we've been able to achieve.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah.
So one part I wanted to point out, and part of this is just me on the accounting world trying to do a bit better, but you'll notice a line 1190 row, and you'll see, hey, Colin, last year was 25,000, and this year it's 833,000. What's happening there? Again, these are the total project value is 6.6 million dollars for 2022. Again, we've got a lot of grants at play right now, and so once we get responses from those, or whether they're successful or not successful, then we will be able to either move forward or not. But they need to be in the financial plan, so that's why we put them in, understanding that we've written the grants, and then we wait on results. If we don't get the grant, then we got to relook at it. Is there a way to do it? Is council interested in doing it, or does it get pushed off to another year, or does it just fall because it does not get the grant funding? But the one thing I did notice is that we've had a few items in here. For example, demolition and then environmental work on some of the buildings. We've got some grants going off to RDCK and to the NDAC for the Mural Society, but those really aren't capital items. So they may be expenses, but really I should be putting them when although they're capital funded or funded from reserves, they will move into their different slots into on the operating side. And part of this is so that when we do this and we do comparatives at the end of the year, sometimes you may say, hey, we're way over budget. And it's actually, well, something that is capital in nature, i.e. like maybe even a computer. When we buy, 30 computers, that costs quite a bit of money, but as our policy speaks to on capital assets, we don't, we look at the single asset, and even though there may be 30 of them, they're only $1,000 each. Therefore, we don't capitalize that. And because we're not taxed as a municipality, it's less of a concern rather than try to set them up for 3 years and amortize them into an expense. So again, sort of an accounting situation where you guys go, Colin, we don't really care, but I hope that you'll understand that I'm trying to do a better job of, even though these might be one-time capital funded projects, when you demolish a building, like we plan to here, a couple buildings, that there won't be any capital asset set up for that. So I'm just trying to make sure that we've got those funds sitting in the right areas on your financial statements. And so the final one that I come to.
I gotta ask you about one here that's,
Yep.
I mentioned this before. The lakeshore erosion mitigation. Now I realize we have a fair bit of lakeshore, but we're looking at roughly around 900,000 there, 8 or 900,000 over, a period of time.
Yep.
I just don't know what that actually looks like. Is that
So,
realistic?
Mayor, well, again, number one, we would be looking at that again to be grant funded. So where this came from, Your Worship, is where we had a plan done by an engineering firm after the last basic flooding event, which is a couple of years ago, where we were getting some lakeshore erosion that was happening, in particular around our lakeside path and in certain locations in the Fingers and again on your lakeside areas. And what would need to happen there, Mayor, would be, a machine, rip-rap rock, trying to make sure that we don't lose more of the dog walk, more of the of Lakeside when we get some of those high water levels. So there was a plan. We had seen the plan. We had submitted it. We've had a bit of a transition in some of the staffing management down there, and so I don't think this year we have applied for one. But I think the overall document is there for us to work off of what needs to be done. And so it's sort of been parsed off because it can be a phased approach, sort of tackle the areas that are at the highest risk. And I think that those that would frequent dog walk or lakeside would see that there's areas that are lower or closer to the lake and have likely even remembered or experienced certain spaces where the water was lapping up and has eaten away some of the path. And so we need to recapture that soil erosion. So again, it would be some riprap rock and then some fill that would be responsible for that work.
Thank you. Thanks, Colin.
Okay.
Councillor
So the
Page?
final one.
Councillor Page.
Sorry.
Listening to the conversation about the demolitions, and I'm certainly not opposed to some of the buildings that we had reviewed before, but I wanted to have a talk about the 712 Railway Street homes, which I've brought up before. And in that time, some of my research has pulled up documents we put together before to talk about the history of these buildings. And I'm just wondering, at the very least, if we can push off decisions on the railway street houses to another time, so we can examine whether or not these are something we want to revitalize for the character of that area. And those, for everyone's recollection, are the two small wooden houses at the base of the active transportation route that dumps beside the Rod and Gun Club.
Yeah, I know that right now we are looking at a larger detailed plan of that area that will be, because we want to get housing down in certain sections there. I do know, Councillor Page, as much as there can be historical value, the buildings themselves are really end of life, and again, in some cases, I would say even a hazard in some ways, although we've got them sort of mitigated in the sense that they're boarded up and those sorts of things. So I'm not sure. Again, that could be part of the discussion when we look at the general area that we're trying to do, especially with the grant funding that we are hoping to receive to do Cottonwood and improve that area for this year. That could be certainly to be looked at, but I do know that their sort of structural value is quite limited.
Well, the other challenge
I
is
certainly appreciate that. I just would like to see us look at them from a heritage perspective and what we can do to renew at least one of them, because there is nothing like that left down there anymore. And that one that's tucked up against the route where it dumps seems, I would need a lot of work for sure, but it adds a lot of historical character and a sense of place to that area. So I think over the long term, I think it's work that's worthy to be done, at least worthy to be examined.
Could we take a photo, make a small model or something like that, and have it in a?
Well, just from the other,
make it a pre-approved design and have it all over town on boathouses. Float it out on a dock.
well, geotech is the other real challenge is to retain that mountain that's above it. Right now, you could not be safely on that property because of the technical concerns on that slope above it. So that's always been part of that puzzle as well. How would you do that with a facility, with the house there? I don't know how you get to it.
I think we have 300 and some odd other heritage buildings in town, don't we? And I don't think they were identified at any time during the heritage inventory as part of that inventory.
I've got like at least draft versions of statements of significance that were put out for them, and I'm not sure if that's the same thing, but they've definitely been inventoried before, and history has been collected on them.
Yeah, no, that was done on purpose by the person that wanted to protect them. They did start those SOSs without permission of council, but that was to do this. But certainly, if you want to revisit that, I know Peter Sinstad has spoken to, I'm not sure this council, but previous councils a number of times on those about both the geotechnical challenges where they're located and the state of those buildings, and they will, and that may be part of the heritage charm of them, that they weren't built to any particular standard. There's, as far as I understand, there's nothing significant other than they're in this area that are somewhat reflected. But I think there's some of those other houses that are around the corner are the same vintage and same era as those houses. And I know someone recently bought one in there, and looks like they've spent some money to to upgrade it. So it's not all the houses. I think there's, like I said, if you go around the corner where that new house built, there's similar housing of that same era and vintage as these houses that are private.
Okay,
But
thank you.
again, that's a majority of council. If you want us to, right now, what's on your books is to go ahead and remove those houses and look at this bigger plan of how do we kind of add more housing back into that area.
Thank you. Councillor Luxembourg.
Yeah, I don't have anything to comment on the keeping or removing them themselves. I defer to other people on that one. But what I would say is if we do remove them, this might be a really good opportunity to unbuild them rather than just do traditional demolition. I think there's a really interesting opportunity as you look at sort of that aging stock, that if we can encourage a couple of entrepreneurs to take on the unbuilding approach, a lot of wins that can come out of that from what I've seen. So I'd keep that on your radar, please.
Good idea.
Right.
Thank you.
At the price of lumber,
Yeah, might just work.
Yeah, it could pay for itself. Yeah.
I'll take it all.
Yeah, you can't even buy that drop shiplap siding anymore, so it might actually work. Who knows? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Woodward.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to what Councillor Lautenberg was saying. There was a house down at the end of our road that was unbuilt over about a month, and every single piece of that house was taken away to be reused. And then the person built a brand new house on the spot, but it took a little bit while longer, but it was all saved. So just an idea.
Yeah, it does work in many cases for sure. Thank you. Thanks, Colin.
Okay, the last kind of topic is I thought we'd have a little chat about some of the grants and pressure and kind of have a bit of a discussion where we're at right now because we're in a bit of a holding pattern about the civic. And then I just thought we could take a bit of a break and then we can just go off on the reserve side. I think there's a big positive thing to see in the reserves, but I just wanted to make sure council was aware of sort of the ups and downs, and that's what reserves are for. But if that's okay with council. So I know that we had discussed and we had anticipated design fees to be able to move forward in conjunction with the Civic Theatre and their hope to, or their plan to, build their 3-theatre situation. Certainly in a group effort, including city staff, architects, and the Civic Theatre, its society itself, leaders, we did get to a place where it certainly doesn't make any sense to have, 3 different projects or 2 to 3 different projects going on with 2 to 3 different people working on them. And so that was one of the things that we had sent Peter off to find out what design drawings would cost and where would they leave us as far as would it allow one group to move ahead of another. Because the reality is that this project really, if it's going to be undertaken, needs to be undertaken in its entirety under one general contractor so that they're dealing with the whole thing at the same time to be efficient. Certainly the price on the detailed designs, once we got the quotes back, or our manager Sinstad did, were quite a bit higher than what we had anticipated. So that was one concern that we had and wanted to raise with council. Now, again, remembering that when he presented, there's sort of a overall mechanical improvement, and again, some the concourse. Then you've got the elevator and the mechanical HVAC upgrades as well. So these are all kind of mixed into that with the Civic Theatre wanting to do their improvements. Obviously the Civic Theatre, if we're able to put in a elevator that works with them, that helps them, especially with spacing. Otherwise, because in today's code, you have to have everything as being accessible. So that's one of the hopes that we would all be able to work together. Now, and I usually find that government, has sort of these ideas of, well, you have to have this grant, it has to be built by this certain time frame, and puts the pressure on people to, engage in it. And certainly we applied under 2 grants, and one of them is such that they're very adamant, or the government was at the time, that if whatever you spent past December 31st, that then you were on the hook for. And so that obviously is, I think, putting a lot of stress on Manager Sinstadt. And again, especially when he is trying to figure out how do we move all of these projects together. Now, this is an overall accessibility and use of that particular building. We all know that it is a huge concrete building, and so an investment in trying to make it as usable as possible is, I think, more a high priority, a higher priority than saying, well, if we don't want this building anymore, why don't we just tear it down? Because I think that that in itself, although it sounds like, yeah, it'd be great to have that space and that land and we could do something new there, the ability to deal with what that structure is about would be challenging. So a couple of things have come out of that. One is there's certainly risk pressure being felt by Manager Sinstad and just overall with the civic theater group. How do we move forward? Especially because if we don't get the grant, then what? And then again, we won't know that until sort of that June, July sort of stage. At least that's our understanding. And as they keep pushing on the date on when they tell us, that makes it all that much harder to actually get construction buttoned up by December 31st. So it's not maybe a conversation for, it's a discussion today, but I believe that we are going to have to come back as we get closer and as kind of time ticks by and understand from council, where is their heart and their minds on the commitment to the civic building, making it accessible, making it usable, and in the dollars that will be required from the city, especially if we don't get the grant component. Doesn't mean that we wouldn't continue to look for other grants, but if we weren't successful and trying to have this larger upgrade to this building, where is council sort of landing on that? What kind of investment do they want to make? Because I think that shortly, especially with the pressure that the civic theater is feeling just on the work that they want to get done, having a much larger project, part of it is theirs, part of it being the city's component, and the pressure as well for their own grant and timelines for it. So I kind of put that out there for some discussion, knowing that you're kind of hearing some of these things. I'm just wanting to give you a bit of a heads up. Right now, like I said, was sort of where the time is at for municipally having to, under the municipal rules, to get this into the province is coming quick. Does not mean that we can't amend, we can't change, we don't have conversations later about things that are in our budget.
So before we, I just want to maybe fill in a little bit more. Or just clarity of what we're really looking for is, the genesis of this sort of concourse to connect all the various spaces in that building, up and down and across, came up, I don't know, about 8 or 10 years ago when we were looking at what we do with that building. So that piece isn't new. What we've been able to do is work with cover around, what could we do as a phasing of making that building more accessible. And the first phase would be, putting the elevator so you could access each level of that building, and at a central point, we wouldn't have connectivity across the entire building, but we would definitely have that access from top to bottom in the building. So you'd be able to get into most spaces, the gymnastic space, the theater space, the can't remember, Peter, what other spaces, but that's the start of a accessibility project, and they were able to, I think, around 800 to $1 million. And the Civic Theater Society, through their own granting, can contribute about 200,000 towards that project, because they did have improvements to accessibility as part of their grant, not an elevator, but making improvements internal, and they would kind of reshift that to that elevator project. So that's kind of where we're at, is if there's a strong desire to start to renew that building. So it's not, as Colin said, it's not just the accessibility, but it's the mechanical systems are end of life, that there is really no mechanical system to speak of at all. So that's really what we're trying to understand. And then of course there's the energy upgrade, which is a totally different grant that we've applied for.
Councillor Woodward, Councillor Lockenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as Colin, Kevin are talking, I'm just thinking of this, of this building, and what worries me is the age of the building, and the costs involved in trying to bring this building up to what it needs to be. I'm concerned about, I guess the grand vision, and I'm wondering, like, at some point in the past, has there been a kind of like full, grand vision for this building, or a community planning process, or because I kind of feel like we're doing piecemeal here, but this building is tremendously expensive. No matter how you come at it to try to fix it, it's just tremendously expensive. So I just, as we're always trying to spend taxpayer money very well, I'm wondering, like, do we have a kind of planning process there?
The closest to that was the rec master plan. It certainly identified, the recreational aspects of the civic complex, and it certainly identified the cost to try to build those new versus upgrade this building were substantially higher. And certainly its recommendation was to invest in upgrade the civic center complex as opposed to trying to demolish and build something new. But that's 8 or 9 years old, and we certainly haven't got the uptake by your rural counterparts to invest any money into the recreation side of that facility. But I agree, ultimately, what is the vision? What we're trying to do is make those improvements not use specific, but building, making sure whatever the use of it would be, that these improvements would support any future use.
So just as supplemental, so the improvements are kind of a holistic improvement to the building as a structure, and that's good. I mean, obviously that is very needed, but I just feel like it's such a large building. It's such a, it's a cumbersome building in the sense of when we did the tour around it, you can see that, how to try to improve, and it's like the giant concrete. It's a little bit mind blowing, but
you're not moving walls.
No, exactly. So, but I do think, like, one of the huge costs is the GHG factor, the amount of heating that goes into that building, and then just goes out all these old windows, and so there's it seems like it's a good time to do some community touching with the community, trying to figure out, are we heading in the right direction? Is this the best choice? Those kind of things.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Woodward. Well, we won't drop that, by the way. Councillor Lockenberg, you had something you wanted to add, did you?
Yeah, I'll try to be really quick too. To build on what Councillor Woodward is saying, which I think is a really interesting, good point about asking the community how much they value the building and the stakeholders that are in there, and then putting it in the context of the actual cost to retrofit it, to get it up to where it needs to be, and then to operate it. Because even what we've found, if I may, on the rec commission side, was that we're not charging the appropriate rent for the arena that reflects its cost. It's essentially, the city is just providing that service for free. And I'm sure Councillor Page or Councillor Morrison will correct me on that one. But so I agree with Councillor Woodward is my point. Also, and this is, every time it comes up, we're going to throw a new idea at it about what to do with it. But have we thought about some of the work that's being done around the province in terms of just treating it as a facade and keeping, say, the front as sort of a nod to its history, but then otherwise unbuilding the whole thing and maybe that's the best use of it. So that would be one thing. The second thing is, I know for a fact that Fortis, among others, are looking at investing in some, I think 5 commercial projects that they're looking at, deep retrofit projects around the province, and they haven't picked any place yet. So commercial retrofit, this might be exactly the kind of project, maybe if there's naming rights that come out of it or some sort of other little hook we can look at. But again, Fortis definitely is looking to invest in a couple of interesting commercial pilot retrofit projects.
I think there's a couple of things that strike me about this, and I mentioned this to Kevin already. I really think our numbers are lowballed, not intentionally, but clearly it's coming up now that our pricing to retrofit that building is not going to meet what we originally anticipated. And there's several things happening here in that building, none the least of which is the proposed retrofit to the Civic Theatre to make it into 3 theaters is a significant cost as well, that is driving some of the costs around the HVAC system, etc. And there's no guarantee that that is actually going to work, that that's going to be a functional for cinema when this whole thing is done. We just seen what happened this week with COVID. All of a sudden we're shut down again. And I doubt very much we're out of this scenario for quite some time to come. And Councillor Woodward's idea about having a conversation before we go much further. And then I got a number of other ones, but last but not least is like a retrofit of that building. Like, is that a feel-good thing, or is it actually going to make a difference? Like, when you look at the outcome, like, we have no real outcomes on what that would look like if we insulate the outside. That's a massive piece of concrete that we're talking about. And if we had that kind of money to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, is that where we would put it? Is that the best value for that kind of money? That's, like, just visualize that building. To try and even scaffold that thing to insulate it is a huge project. This is not an easy retrofit in any. As far as the accessibility goes, I think that's fair enough. But there again, is everything going to continue to be the same in that building going forward as it is today? And I'm not so sure that it is. And I really believe it's one of those projects, based on my limited experience of working in renovations, that could far exceed the kind of money that we're anticipating it'll cost to do it. And we could be left with huge project on our hands, totally underfunded. Councillor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that all makes sense, and I think the question here is how much is our appetite to go the full meal deal on taking this old asset and getting it ready for the next century. And I think we already know from history that the construction costs are going to go nowhere but up. It's just going to continue to be more expensive the longer we wait. I think we have seen some pretty good graphs already that show that building is a good 30% or something of our emission stock from the building component of our assets. So it's the biggest hitter, I think, in our assets in terms of bleeding out GHGs. And that's, we need to plug that hole today, not 10 years from now. It sounds like there's a good approach here in trying to consolidate all of that work under one house, at the very least to coordinate it and find what efficiencies can be had. But I think of all the things that a city does, and a city like ours does, in order to maintain and renew the assets for the community, I think this is one of those kind of, to me, it seems almost a little bit obvious. My question, though, and I'm wondering how, given the grants and given the money that we may have to spend from the taxpayers, and I'm resident to I can't say the word, to spend that, but is the leasing costs that are going to be charged to those tenants on a go forward basis, does that cost start to get incorporated over time into what they will be paying to lease the building, or is that going to be completely off the books in terms of recovering some of those costs? Because if this was a commercial private enterprise, this would obviously all get eventually pulled from the tenant, and that's not, of course, not what it is. It has huge public values, but where is that line there, and on how we might recover some of these improvements that we are making and investments in this building from the tenants who actually operate their organizations from there?
Well, right now, it's we require tenants to cover the direct operating costs, and then there's a small contribution towards, based on the assessed value, towards the general building up, the general capital upgrades that we need to do to the building. So right now it's a fraction, and certainly we've had pushback from gymnastics and others of even charging them their operating costs, let alone the small contribution. But having said that, tenants like the gymnastics and civic, and not sure about the dance umbrella, but they have been able to go out and get capital improvement grants to do improvements in that facility. In fact, in the past number of years, I think that's they've done the majority of those upgrades as opposed to the city. Although recently we upgraded some electrical and other things, so we really tried to piggyback on other groups being able to go out and get grants. But there's certainly to have the tenants that you have in that building, to be able to, for them to have affordable gymnastic fees and theater ticket fees and dance umbrella fees, that is why they're in our buildings, because they're substantially subsidized. So we can look at that, and but I wouldn't say that would be getting a recovery on the NDCC. I don't know what the recovery is. It's been subsidized by $3 million in taxation a year. We're a fraction of that at the Civic. So I don't know if that helps, but we're certainly much better recovery at this stage, but we don't have the capital cost either.
Councillor Page.
So if I may, supplementary.
And then Councillor Woodward. Did you have supplemental, Councillor Page?
Yeah, I do. So in that vein of there being ideally a lowering of operational costs, because of course we're buttoning up the building and not going to be spending the same on fuel. Does our policy allow for, do we have this built into our policies to make that shift into more of a reserve contribution as opposed to an operational contribution, so that when we get 80 years down the road and we need to make it space ready, whatever we're doing then, that we can do that? Is that something we would look at the policy for all the buildings, or is that something we need to look at this building specifically?
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea when we make those savings and reducing that operating side of their budget and having that contribute to the capital side would be, I think, a smart thing to do. So not in current policy, but definitely something that we should do going forward. The other piece that you could look at is adding more commercial use in that building. Do you add more commercial tenants into a building like that starts to generate revenues? I don't know if it's ideally set up for that, but maybe there's some opportunities. We'd have to change that kind of private public mix possibly, and do it. I know we looked at in the past physiotherapy clinics and in recreation spaces and things that would be rented out at market rates.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. I guess I'm listening to all this, I think my one question would be, what is the appetite of the taxpayer for our town? Like if we need to do a major piece on this building, and there's going to be a tax increase because of that, is there an appetite in the public to do that? Because I, it, 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 you know, with the what really scares me is the spiraling costs of construction these days. And you know, in a big project like this, you know, costs could go up considerably during the construction phase. And I really wonder where the appetite is for the public, because you know there might be a tax increase just to fix that building. So that's my question.
Yeah, we haven't, you know, other than, again, the rec master plan, we haven't gone out to the public on, you know, certainly individual entities have, you know, I think gymnastics certainly goes out and gets strong support of why they should be there, and as does other tenants, but other than the rec master plan, and, you know, we haven't done that. But again, just to, so, you know, I guess your spectrum is, you know, do we look at, you know, certainly we're looking at these projects to accommodate future uses, not any specific use that's currently there now. So then it's, you know, do we see this building as part of the future, regardless of what that potential use is? That could be the question that people want us to invest in making sure that's available for whatever those future uses are, versus, you know, just mothballing it altogether, which we're not really that far away from. We have not put money in. I think the mayor can attest way back when the referendums around really upgrading the, you know, that whole facility back in the, you know, whatever, late 1900s, I guess it was, early 2000s, of, you know, doing a total retrofit of that facility, and that never happened. What they did was ultimately build the new arena and upgrade the pool, and the Civic itself was just left to, you know, left to just sit on its own and hobble along. You know, in that original plan, we actually proposed closing the Civic arena, and the Sports Council came around and said we would be willing to operate it based on what we had estimated at the time of what our cost to mothball it, which were back then about $60,000-$70,000 just to have it sit there empty, just to maintain it as an empty building. So that's a spectrum of questions that we could ask. But having said that, you got one group that's looking to upgrade, and they need to know if, you know, how you get in and out of that building. If we're going to change that so that, you know, there's a point to get in and out of that building, they will develop their plans around that one. And if we're not, then they have to do that internal circulation and work with what they have, which could be a whole bunch of money spent on a poor solution, because now you are building it for a specific tenant as opposed to the building as a whole.
So Kevin, to council, we have a number of things to think about here in our responsibility as councillors. And I think Councillor Woodward is kind of touching on that, is we have basically said that we would carry $1 million loan for the Civic Theatre Society should they go ahead with their project. And I would like to know if there's anybody sitting in this room today or on this screen would put $1 million into the film industry tomorrow morning if you had it to spare. And I'm not so sure we would, because we will be left holding that. And I think we need a further conversation about this building overall, and in particular the Civic Theatre. I'm not convinced that this is a viable operation going forward, and the taxpayers of Nelson could be on the hook for a potentially a renovated building that cannot be used for anything else, plus $1 million. And that's my concern, and that's our responsibility as a council, to do our due diligence when we tackle a project like this. And I'm not so sure, if you were to ask me this question 2 years ago, which we did at the time, and it was a totally different world at that time. So we could be, if we say go ahead, keep in mind, we're saying go ahead to $1 million. And right now, personally, I would not vote for that. That's just one piece of this puzzle. Not to mention,
Yeah,
I
and-
think we're way off base on the retrofit on that building to think we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and get the kind of return that we're expecting. I believe it's pie in the sky right now. I don't think we've done our homework. I really think we need to do a deeper analysis of that building, because to put in a new retrofit to manage that building in its existing form, if we were to change that form, that costs more money to rearrange that whole system to be able to heat and cool new parts of that building, should it be divided up into something different. This could be a white elephant on us going forward. And this council would carry that ball, I can tell you. And Councillor Woodward is, I think he's actually reflecting some of the thoughts that we should be putting into this, and that is have a broader community conversation about the future of that building before we get on the hook for millions of dollars.
Okay,
So
well, we
I-
just need whatever you want us to do, because you do have a group that has a grant. We've applied for 2 other grants, and so we need some direction of, do you want us to go do a community consultation? Do you want us to hire a consultant to review the whole building? Do you want us create a visioning exercise for the community? Do you want us, because we're stuck in the sand here.
Yeah. I don't want to be the person who, sets off something in the wrong direction, but I just feel like, there's things that are weighing on my mind about the building costs are just spiraling out of control. I'm really concerned about COVID effects. What if COVID goes on for 2, 3, we don't know how long this is going to go on for. And so it's very hard to plan, as everyone here knows, because of COVID. It's extremely challenging to know which direction to go and where to put the money. But I do feel like we should tap into the wisdom of our community and ask, what do they want? Would they be willing to take financial risk on, maybe it's just a thought exchange. Maybe it's just, doesn't have to be enormous, but I really would like to, before we make decisions here, and Mayor, you always say, we should talk to the community before we make these kind of giant decisions. So I would just say, at least touching in with the community about the risk factor of taxation if the building retrofit goes sideways and it costs, 20, 30, 40% more than we expect.
So the retrofit, keep in mind, we're talking about basically, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Ken, we're talking about 3 projects. We're talking about retrofit,
Correct.
and we're talking about the outside elevators and the access to the building, and we're talking about the realignment of the civic theater inside. We as a council are on the hook for every single penny of that. Everything. It doesn't matter who is in the building. Gymnastics, Dance Umbrella, Civic Theatre Society, minor hockey, whoever. It doesn't matter who's in that building. The buck will stop at this desk right here. We have not done our homework on this project.
And what do you see that homework looking like?
Well,
That's what we're
I
trying to
don't believe
figure out.
I don't believe we have good information around the retrofit. I think we're completely in completely different waters as far as theaters. We have no idea what the future of movie theaters look like today. We can pretend we do, but based on what I'm reading, what I'm watching, and you look at the stock market, just go to the stock market and check it out. It's an industry
So you want us to get-
collapsing on its feet, and we're talking about rebuilding the inside of the theater that may or may not be usable when it's done. It's my opinion that the Civic Theatre should be opened in its current form, should they reopen, and see what the uptake is. We have no idea what the uptake is going to be on that building, and we are going to guarantee $1 million for that project. And
So
we
you
will
want us
sign
to
that
go-
check. We will sign that check.
What is the question staff needs from us? Like, we've given direction to proceed down these projects, to send these grants in, to do the accessibility. We're going to open up those floors to people in wheelchairs and people with reduced mobility. Regardless of what the tenant is, that is going to be a benefit to the building on a go-forward basis. It obviously will have costs associated with it. We're going to wrap it, well, ideally if the grant comes through, and we're going to swap out the heat exchangers so that the building is efficient in fuel consumption and retains the heat that is heating and cooling that is used to do it. That's what we're talking about. That enables the civic to proceed in assumptions of the inner pathways and to do some of that stuff. And I hear you on that part. I don't agree. I don't agree that that's where the market is going. I don't think that's what anyone is actually thinking is going to happen at the other end of this. People are going to want to get back out and enjoy themselves and go to venues because they've been trapped in their houses for 2 years. So I really want to know, what is the ask or additional direction that staff actually needs from council to continue on? Is it just to bring all of that planning under one roof and bring a general contractor into the mix? Is that the real question here?
So where we are at is, the improvements that we've identified that are on our books are grant driven.
Okay.
So if we do not get those grants, and particularly the one that's most, well, both of them have impact. So we don't get the retrofit grant, then we have to upside the mechanical system to heat an inefficient building, right? Heat and cool an inefficient building. So, so do we go ahead with that? And you might change that. You might say, geez, we're not going to get, the grant to wrap it and make it more efficient. So we'll switch to a fuel source that's not, whatever carbon fuels. We'll switch to electricity. So even though it's inefficiently being heated, at least the wasted heat isn't been made by carbon fuels. It's green energy. So we might go with heat pumps, and you could even look at as we did up at the 10th Street campus dorms and put in I don't know if geothermal is an option. So we could look at that as an option, but we need to first see if we get that grant or not. If we get that grant right now, that's on your books that we would go ahead with that project. So that's one. If we don't get that grant, do we switch how we're going to heat and cool this building? And do we go ahead with starting those mechanical upgrades? Because you've got a building that really has an end-of-life mechanical system in it. And if it was any other building, we'd be looking at how do we replace that mechanical system and meet today's standards, right? So that's one piece that will be that we have to start to plan for. And the second one is, what if we don't get the grant for the accessibility, or it comes at a time that either we accept that we're only going to be 50% through and we're willing to pick up the other 50% of the grant. We kind of feel that's unlikely. They're going to fund the program and then say you got 3 months now because we didn't announce it for 9 months. And so that is what they're saying right now. And then what if we don't get it at all? And then we, again, right now on your books is for the civic to proceed. But they need to proceed knowing how they get in and out of that building. They can't, if we say we don't get the grant and we're not going ahead with the project, and they designed, assuming we're going to get the grant, now what do? They're kind of, they can't proceed, right? So then they're forced into developing it internally. So that's some of the key points. That's why there's so much uncertainty with this, is we have applied for these grants, and we're hearing, at least from someone in council, you're not even sure you want to necessarily go ahead and proceed with projects that are on the book. So do it.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Kevin, I really want to state, I'm not trying to say that. I just feel that so much has changed in the last year and a half, and I feel really sort of I just don't know. How do you plan on a project? This could be, this is millions and millions and millions of dollars. And
I think the easier one, at least in my mind, is the accessibility one, regardless of what happens around all the rest of it.
Right.
To make the building accessible, as long as council feels this is a core building in our public facilities, and no matter whether there's theaters or convention centers or gymnastics or whatever extreme sports, where this is a facility that we see some type of public activity, and so upgrading for the accessibility is an important thing, and we just don't see this facility being in the future if we can't get people in and out of it in today's somewhat standards.
And that's what I think. Like, this building will be here for 500 years, at least. Like, the way it's built, like, I think the least we can do is lower its ongoing maintenance cost. We know exactly where energy prices will be going over the next century. Like, button it down. Costs are not going to get cheaper next decade. It's all about the envelope. It's all about the accessibility. These are things the building will need for no matter what the tenant is. So I have appetite to do a good building and take care of it in the future.
Councillor Luxembourg?
Yeah, I think one of my issues with this building all along has been the lack of clear data on certain things. Like, for example,
It's hard to hear you,
before.
Rick.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll see if I can switch to. Yeah, it's the lack of clear data on this, and I know it's hard to get some of these things like the building cost, for example. We don't know how much this is going to cost because we don't clearly know what we're going to be doing with it, and costs are changing almost on a weekly basis. However, there are some things, I think, some key data points that we don't have that we could have that would give us a lot more confidence to move forward to the best solution, which probably is a deep retrofit of this building for use and for energy, but it could be essentially deconstruction of the building, because then it opens up all sorts of possibilities with housing, with really great use that will last 100 years. And then maybe you get private partnerships involved as well that finance this. The key thing I don't know right now is what Councillor Woodward is saying, which is, what's the public willing to pay for this? And I think if we could go to the public and say, this is the range of cost that we anticipate to have these really valuable assets, but still there's a cost benefit to it in the community. That would be, I think, really useful, because to be honest, from my perspective, I want to go and create a jewel of a building that is the cultural and recreational hub for the community. But I don't want to go kind of half-ass into this. Pardon my language there. I don't want to go half-ass into do part things and just do, say, the accessibility thing, when we come to the end of it and look at it and be like, damn it, what a missed opportunity to deal with the arena, to create a better thing for gymnastics, and on and on and on, and a better theater opportunity. So if we can, and I think we can, I would get those numbers laid out, divide on what's this going to cost sort of per use currently. Like, for example, what do we expect if the minor hockey and skating was going to continue to occupy that arena? What's it going to, and if they were paying on a per use basis, what does that look like? What does it look like really for the dance umbrella, for gymnastics, and for the arena, to assume all of those costs to get the building to where it has to be? And then we can go to the public and say, we think as a council, we think it's 3% tax increase over 3 years to get us there. I think the will of the public would probably be there. But without that, I'm afraid we're just going to do part way, and we're just going to kind of just scrape through. And I think we need all of us pulling in the same direction for this project to be successful. Otherwise, it's going to be a white elephant on one side or a crappy half-done job on the other.
So I think Cover gave an order of magnitude of what the cost to upgrade the mechanical, electrical, all the upgrade the spaces. I don't have that in front of me, but it was definitely in the 20 million plus range, I recall. I think the rec master plan made some estimates of the cost. I think, for example, they looked at switching curling and soccer, and that was $5 million 10 years ago. So these are large public facilities. And again, we ran into that same issue of, should it only be city residents that pay for these recreation cultural assets, or should it be regional taxpayers that pay for these facilities? And we've kind of run into a bit of a roadblock on that one of no interest of the current directors to do that. But yeah, so we're, unfortunately, there's a lot of kind of hurdles in front of us to really build that plan, but we certainly can, as the city on its own, to look at that, what that build out is. But the other challenges is, what are the future tenants of that building? Are they the current ones or the future ones? What do you do with the arena? You want to get into the controversy of looking at going to one ice sheet and repurposing that. There's a lot of balls to this building.
Councillor Woodward once again, and then Councillor Page.
Sorry, I really feel like in my mind I keep coming back. We need to ask our community. At least like a thought exchange, at least like a reach out to the community and say, look, here are some of the parameters, here are some of the costs, here are some of the possibilities. Like, just ask them to participate in this conversation, because I'm nervous we're going to make a decision here without consulting the community, and it's not going to be the right one. And also there's so much uncertainty in the current situation we're in. I really feel like there's some wisdom out there in the crowd, and we could really access that now for this very challenging question.
Okay, well, we can certainly do that piece of it. Like I said, I know Cover's done some work on the order of magnitude to bring this building back from its current state of repair to a more modern building. And at this stage, I don't know if we can do anything other than list the current projects and the current tenants and the the spaces that that would be available for future use if the current uses became something different. We can put something together there if that's where people think we should at least do that initial touch in with the community, just see how they feel about these facilities and how important they are to us, and recognize there's a significant cost to try to bring these up. We have not put money into these buildings anywhere near what probably should have happened over the years.
Councillor Page?
I'm just wondering, like, when these grants come and go, and we may or may not get them, and we may or may not spend our own money to continue on the project and put put some paint on the sides and restuff the insulation as one does. How does the debt component of this work with the MFA? Like, if we're going out for a 30-year debt servicing structure to fund this investment, is that something we go and then ask the residents through a referendum? Do we have permission to do that? Like, what are the pieces look like if we want to fund this through debt, and then to catch up on the lack of asset maintenance that's happened over the last 80 years with this thing?
Yes, so that certainly would be, if council was to make that decision and we wanted to go to borrowing, then yes, definitely we would have to go to referendum on that borrowing amount. And I don't want to belabor things, but I will say to you this, that before Manager Sinstadt came along, we didn't have any reserve for our buildings. We had no one looking after our building. I would just say no one looking after our buildings. We were very reactive to our buildings. And part of, getting that whole document that got Mr. Sinstadt hired, and then his ability to come in, council also had to make a very calculated decision, and they, out of taxation, and it kind of came along about the same time as the building was completed for the Nelson Commons, but you started putting $300,000 plus the net income from this building into that building reserve, which is close to $500,000 a year. So we went from having nothing to having $40,000 a year with manager Sinstad in place for a couple of years until we got an order of magnitude of our overall buildings. And now we're putting $500,000 in and still pulling from water license and from community works fund, etc. But we have moved miles again on where we were to where, like from where we are to where we are now. To most cases, we are a bit more less reactive and more proactive on, you're going to take this building down, we're going to improve this, we've got a plan on things. And this is certainly one too that, is a bit of a beast, because even when some of the things we talk about sort of tackle the gymnastics and the civic theater, gymnastics, we don't talk about the rink itself, right? So that's another big component. And I just also know that we've got some buildings coming online that could produce some additional income. Now, again, we saw today that we've got our own challenges with balancing our budget, but it may be, again, another conversation, whether it's debt or otherwise, that would go into reserve on additional funds to help fund this. So at the end of the day, I do appreciate the discussion. Wanted to raise it just for a number of reasons, because there's concerns on what's going on, and as the CEO has spoken, we have applied for grants, and so some of these, if we find them out, may change some of the conversation, but definitely we're as staff and overall trying to make the best decisions, be the best stewards of the finances that we get and of the buildings that we own, and making sure our tenants in there have good places for the community to go to and for their participants to attend to. But it does need some love. And again, I put this out there that right now we have the setup as we discussed with council in the past, where we've got the grants, we've got that in place, but as we move along here and as timelines get tighter, we want to have this more fulsome discussion, and I appreciate your discussion about it, and that it sounds like we need to come back and get some understanding of the number of questions that you have asked.
So the only thing I would suggest is that, to Councillor Woodward and to the rest of the table, if we do eventually end up at a junction where we are going to referendum, if we get a worst case scenario, there is that opportunity to present a plan to the public and say, do you want us to proceed? Like, that's what I'm hearing. And so for me, that feels like that safeguard, that internal control, that control is there, and it's going to be functioning when we get to that scenario, if that scenario is where we end up. So if the public's going to get asked anyway, and we're doing the basics that the building needs to take care of it for another 80 years, then I still have the appetite to proceed forward and go to referendum when we need to, if we have to, for debt.
Councillor Luchtenberg, go ahead.
I would generally agree with that, Councillor Page, except for the fact that you're missing, or we would be missing, some of the opportunity costs. So if we just did this thing because we can do it, whatever that small amount of work is, do we miss all sorts of other things that we could have done if we had done it right from the beginning? In other words, like if we kicked off a public engagement process, got feedback that the public said this building is central to their life and one of their core values in the city of Nelson, and they generally would be willing to pay for it, I think that gives us the opportunity to really do it right. And I would be worried if we started to do this work to give it some life, and then because we did that, we would almost certainly not do it right, if you see what I mean. We wouldn't take the full step to get it to where the community is willing to take it. And I think a deep retrofit and a thorough vision of this being a cultural and recreational hub, personally, that's where I would see it going, and I'd hope the community would be behind it. But I don't know.
I'm going to ask Kevin just a moment. Councillor Renwick or Councillor Morrison have been pretty quiet on this subject. If you have anything you want to say or not.
Yeah, I will. Janice? I'll try and be brief, but I think we're all on the same page here in that we do need to talk to the taxpayer about what they feel is right with that building. We need somebody to look at that building and give us some options. And one of those options, as much as nobody wants to hear it, is what's it going to cost to tear down and rebuild, and what would we rebuild there? Having said that, we would need our regional partners to partner with us, and that may not be very likely. So, we could talk about this until this time again tomorrow and not be anywhere. It's just one of those, we need a lot more information moving forward here, and I think it's another discussion for another time. Thank you.
Okay.
I just would concur with what Councillor Renwick said. I have quite a level of comfort with going ahead with plans that we have in place, but it really is a case of, if we don't do the plan that we have discussed multiple times, and we always fall into this rabbit hole of discussing this building, then for me, the only other option is to find somebody that's good with some dynamite and look at taking this building down. And then really the cost of replacing it. I mean, whether or not we could get the regional district to be on side would be something else altogether. But like I say, I'm happy with where we're going. I have faith in the process that we've done to date. But if the other alternative is to tear it down, then that's another discussion. And that would be, for me, the only other option to be looking at it at this time to see what those numbers would look like. Thanks. And I just sent everybody a note. I have to participate in a wedding here, and I didn't think we were going to go so long today. So I will be excusing myself from the rest of the meeting. Thanks.
Councillor Morrison, before you go, could I show one last slide? Do you have 2 minutes or so? Yes. So thank you for the robust discussion. I asked Sarah, she's got some notes on this. We'll, again, appreciate your time. And again, we are carrying with where we're going right now, but it sounds like some more discussion is involved. So just going to share my screen because this is sort of the last topic that I wanted to on kind of our budget piece. The rest of it, the reserves, maybe you're not interested in even talking about it. You can see that we're up and down, but I wanted to share this document because this is sort of where I think one of the questions that came up, and I know that you're patiently waiting for plans, and I totally respect that. I just put this up here for the reason that currently this is where my mind is at, and that is that you can see the shortfalls and the recoverable expenses, and then kind of what are remaining funding available from the COVID Restart Grant. Down below, far as the budget, I was going to draw. So when I'm doing the budget, you will see, again, it's sort of difficult, but you would see on the one line of financial plan will be a significant draw from surplus. And then you would see this quite huge expense, probably under general government, I'm thinking right now, of $1 million. So it would be $1 million higher. But the reason why is that we would then have, as far as the financial plan is concerned, we'd have revenues available, and then we would have a budget of $1,000,050 that staff will come back. We won't move on anything, but we need to come back with a detailed plan of projects and or a grant program in the future. If in doing this, and again, it's not perfection here, but based on the math, it would also mean that currently with this suggestion that we would still carry $163,000 of this COVID Restart Grant into 2022 or future years. So this was, again, one of those things we talked about it before. You put the revenue in, you put the expense in. It's not committed to, or it's not, it's approved in the sense that it's there, but it can't be spent until council has an agreement on what would a granting program to non-for-profits look like. What does the internal projects that the city needs to do with some of this funding? So again, this would just be something that me trying to move this along for further discussion, but gets it inside the budget financial plan for 2021 to 2025.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin.
So yeah, just wondering if anyone had any concerns about what I'm presenting there.
Looks good.
No,
Cal?
okay.
Colin, just on your estimate, sorry, it's gone now, but I'm assuming that your estimates on the expenses and the shortfalls are relatively close. It's not going to go above that, right?
No, and in fact, I think that in theory, you know, depending on how you work with it, it could vary somewhat. I'm just feeling pretty comfortable. Even if we said here's how we did it, it would certainly be in line there. I'm not expecting anything higher than that,
Okay, thank you.
or it would make sure that we didn't recognize anything higher than that. Okay, maybe we could take 5 because really, well, maybe even for council, I sent out the reserve balances. I don't know if people need to go through them or if they had any concerns on those numbers. That would be the only thing for me that's remaining. And most of that's information wise. And I think part of it is to speak to, yes, we've got future funding available. For example, with Community Works Fund increasing for 2021 by 500 and some odd thousand. You can see through some of those reserves that we've got some healthy balances. Right now, the way that I've got it allocated, the one that has a bit of pressure on it is the water license reserve. Again, once we got into doing that project in itself, because I think because of grant stacking, it would be hard to use Community Works Fund for that program. But hypothetically, you could borrow from, or you could take from capital reserve and use Community Works Fund to do some of the additional paving. So there's some ways to make sure that we're covered. But we feel strong on our operating budget, that we've got revenues and expenses that are strong and are in place. The capital reserves, although like I said, water licenses dips into 2022, mostly because of the funding towards the pier at this point in time. But all of the other reserves are in a good, healthy place, I feel. So again, I'm willing to walk through each one if council wants, but in the end, it's not like something you would see on the budget document, the financial plan. It's just more, you know, here's kind of what's available and here's what's funding that we have being used.
Just on the water license reserve, just for council's information, that's certainly an area that you got some of your rural counterparts taking a run at, that shouldn't go to the city of Nelson. That should somehow be shared with the rural residents. So there's, you know, some risk on that one. The Utility Commission has ruled on this in the past, but they certainly have asked questions around it again. What they decided in the past doesn't hold them to making the same decision today. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's certainly something that some of your colleagues are going after.
So Kevin, sorry, John,
Yeah,
on that?
go ahead.
Kevin, what's our philosophical response to that? Like, it seems to me they have a good point. Like,
No, it was compensation to the city for losing water rights on the Kootenai River. That's what happened. It was a long, drawn out fight with BC Hydro and the province, and it was finally settled that the city was given this additional 265 CFS, and council, as it has authority to, has the right to make decisions on what the best benefit to the community was, and the best benefit to the community was, that new profit from that would go to fund projects. And as you see from the Water License Reserve Fund, those are funding, a ton of projects that have regional value. They're not just, whether it's the Civic Center complex, for example, the regional directors did come in on parks, but no capital. There's no capital funding coming from your regional or rural taxpayers for any capital improvements in parks. And you can see on Colin's schedule there, significant amount of water license reserve is for parks and those type of projects. So that's the argument. The ACUC has ruled on this in the past, and again, it's kind of goes back to that, what I haven't seen any evidence is why rural ratepayers would feel that even though they didn't pay for any of those assets, why would they get the benefit of it? It's like saying own a tractor I lent you, and now all of a sudden you own it. Going because I lent it to you for, 100 years. Now it's yours, and you didn't pay for it or anything other than you paid me rent for it. But how come it's now yours?
Thanks, Kevin.
It's more like I bought the groceries from the grocery store. Now I want your tractor.
Yeah, exactly. I want the grocery store. Yeah. So that's the 265. That's what goes in the water license reserve. Council made that decision when they finally got compensation for that to direct that into funding these projects. And like morally, there's the projects that are funded through here, even if it's guns for police, those citizens that come here every day expect when they're in the city of Nelson that that they're protected and feel protected. And in fact, when there's no RCMP on in the middle of the night and there's an incident in the rural area, guess who goes?
Yeah. I think that the challenge you're going to have with that philosophical argument includes the idea that many of those people who are getting the benefit didn't contribute over the years, that the city as an institution did, but the flow of the taxpayers who are ultimately making these or raising their concerns, some of them have been paying and are now, like yourself, have moved out of the city. You contributed for years and years, or now out of the city. That there's some sort of regional, identity that we have to recognize. I'm not saying that I disagree, but I think we have to be careful in our messaging so that we don't, come across as heartless and not thinking, thinking as a business in one instance, and then in the other saying, but we're different because we're a local government and so on.
Yeah, and that's really, other ratepayers or taxpayers could have made those decisions, 60, 70 years ago that this council did. The council, when they hung in there with the generation assets, it was costing them more than buying power from West Kootenai Power. They were taking on certain huge risk. It probably not for the first, until West Kootenai got spun out of Cominco in 1980s, were they any better off? They actually were, the easy decision was just to, fold the thing and buy power from West Kootenai Power. They took, that was the long game, right? They took a substantial risk, and that's what, elected officials do. They don't make those decisions for the current taxpayer. They make it for every taxpayer in the future. That's why they make those decisions. That's why you were talking about the civic arena. It's not for the person today as much as the people that don't live here today.
It's important too on the water reserve is that, Kevin is a good example, someone who's like invested in the city. His property has condensed some of those costs over its lifetime, and now he's relieved himself of it and moved on and out into the rural area. Like those costs in the taxation flowing back and forth have been captured inside of those properties within the city. And as that exchange is happening, that's where it's held. So I think it's important to keep that in sense. But I hear you on the identity piece that exists, those community perception values that go on, and those are being, obviously those flames are being nurtured at the moment. But we should keep it separate.
Thank you, Keith.
It's a really good point.
So, Colin, I just want to get back to you because that's good to have that conversation, but that really wasn't what you were after, Colin, right?
Agreed. I was just wanting to know if council was comfortable, kind of if you wanted me to go through the reserve balances or not, or whether you're like, I'm fried, I'm done.
Well,
I'm fried, I'm done.
Do the okay.
Are we gonna have a come back? Or are we done? Because I have a motion about that rail penthouse that we could do an up and down on.
We didn't have anything for late items here that I noticed on the agenda, so. I think we
My
need to,
my family is coming.
Okay.
My family's coming home soon, and I have to start.
Thanks, Jeff. With all due respect,
Sorry.
Councillor Page, I think we need to have do you want to come in and have a conversation with with Kevin or with Pamela about the real town plan and what that looks like, or? I think we have
Well,
to put it into
based on our
context.
conversation, I have a pretty simple motion. We can up or down, and then we can be done with it or not.
Yeah, it's good.
I think
It's a bit off guard, to be honest.
process wise, you do have a process that you all agreed to of how these things would come forward. So I would, I think it would come, I don't know if you want to, it's better to come forward just a regular meeting or, Colin, we're not having another budget meeting per se. The next step is to bring forward the financial plan, right?
I am at the pulpit speaking to the community next week on the 7th. So hopefully I won't be able to see you guys, but I'm hope that you're out there supporting me when we have that conversation.
So the next step is this is the financial plan, and you have enough from council at this stage. And the next stage is bring the financial plan bylaw back to council.
That's correct.
Okay. Or maybe we'll get this on. Do you want that on there? It would have to be on a regular.
I'll book some time with, I'll take your suggestion, Mayor, and I'll book some time with Kevin and Pam, and we'll talk about that property and those documents, and consider bringing that to a future meeting if that's, that's, I see naughty.
I think that's better, because then we're all better prepared for that, so, thank you.
No, it's just we had talked about it today, so.
Well,
One of
you
those
did.
discussions.
You did.
We were in the budget.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else, Colin?
Just a thank you. I know that this has been difficult. It's been difficult in the pandemic. I'm thinking it's difficult to even get you guys the documents in the size that you can look at it, and the usual sharing and conversations that I hope that we will have next year. I appreciate your patience. I know that we've been through a lot and ups and downs, and I think that we've got a good budget here. Something that I think that we can say that to your community too, that yeah, sure, it'd be great to have zero. I thought it was a great point from Councillor Wemwick. He said, when I look at a 1.75% tax increase, and that's over 2 years, that's actually, I think, doing well. And so again, I appreciate your support. I appreciate the hard questions. I know we've got more discussions to have, and I also appreciate your passion, not only about kind of finance like I do on the budget, but your hope and plans for the future of the city.
Thanks very much, Colin. Thanks to Chris as well, and the rest of the staff that helped us out today. Sarah, thank you for being here. Councillor Renwick, thanks for
I just want to say to Colin, thank you very much. I know you and your team put a lot of work into this, and you make it easy for us. You make us look good, because everybody downtown says, hey, those patio thing, that, we know where that came from. And you do. Anyways, thank you for your good work, and your team and all the staff. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn.
Right here.
Councillor Renwick, Councillor Page, all in favor? Thank you. All right, take care, you guys.
Good night.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thanks.